ask you, I have everything. I know, please start. Thank you for recording. Jay is calling in, and the only person I see that is not, as far as the Mac, is Shirley Williams. Is that my, okay, just make sure I'm tracking there. Okay, so with that, I'll call it to order, and welcome to everyone. I just wanted to, we'll go over the agenda, but this meeting is being recorded, so if anyone has any objection to it, you can state it now. Although we've been into Zoom for many years now, if you do want to ask a question, please use the raise your hand function, which is in reactions. Best if you keep your microphones muted unless you're going to be talking. And sometimes if people don't have great bandwidth, it's good to turn off your camera so we can hear you. But we'll see how that goes. So with that, I just will be going over the agenda, but I kind of wanted to tee this up right away. We've had some stunning news in the last 10 days. And our original agenda, which is still pretty much there, is to trend to a more action-oriented Monument Advisory Committee making recommendations. And I think that'll still be true, and it'll be true today. And we need to actually make motions and vote to advise the BLM. And given everything that's happening and the topics we'll be discussing today, I urge the MAC members to raise their hand and make questions or comments as the different as we go through the different sections. And with that, I would ask Sam Barr if you could do a tribal acknowledgement, please.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I'd be happy to. CM kucha makwet nostalgia. Ashaha to stay tiakayas needs to stay at a long to makwanga at a squash. Lingitsa has to makwat. So CM. So the translation is oh creator, oh everyone who's come here today. This is sacred work today. This is the work of looking over all of the territory in our islands. May the creator watch over us all of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, many of us have met our new district manager, Steve Small, in the last 10 days to 2 weeks, but some of the people on the call have not. And so if we could have some opening remarks, Steve.
All right, thanks, Jamie. Good morning, everybody. Sam, thank you for sharing that opening. That was very good. Thank you. Well, it's good to see everybody. I could see most people on the screen. As Jamie said, I have met some of you over Zoom, but not all. So I'll give a brief introduction to myself. I think I'm 7 weeks in now to the new district manager role in Spokane. So I am the new BLM Spokane district manager. I am located in Spokane, Washington. I am new to Washington State. That being said, I've been with the Bureau of Land Management for over 23 years in various roles as a wildlife biologist, manager. I've worked in BLM headquarters. I've also worked for the national office based out of Denver, Colorado. I did take a 4.5-year hiatus from the BLM and worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as the Assistant Regional Director for Fish and Wildlife Conservation and Ecological Services in the Mountain Prairie region, which is the 8 states, Nebraska, Kansas, the Dakotas, Wyoming, Montana, Colorado, and Utah. However, I am back with the BLM now. I started at the end of October, and I'm incredibly excited to be here. And I'm incredibly excited to be meeting with you and working with this group on the San Juan Islands National Monument. What a phenomenal location that we have the privilege of working in, and for the BLM, the privilege of helping manage with our partners' assistance. So it's great to be here. I look forward to meeting you all. We'll talk about how to reach out and contact myself and my staff a little later in the agenda. But I'll just say it now. If you have questions for the BLM, please don't hesitate to reach out to Bree and Owen, who are our local contacts in the San Juans, but also myself through the BLM contact information on our internet site. Jamie, if it'd be okay, can I introduce the BLM folks on the call, or do we do that a little later?
Well, we were going to do it in a couple minutes anyway, so go ahead. That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Especially because a lot of people haven't met some of the BLM folks.
Yeah, that'd be great. So why don't we start with Bree?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bree Chartier. I am sitting here in Friday Harbor, and I am the San Juan National Island Monument Manager.
And can we go to Owen next? I think Owen has joined us.
Yep. Hi, everybody. I'm Owen. I'm the outdoor rec planner. So I'm the field guy for the monument these days.
Okay. And Rich, could you introduce yourself?
Morning, this is Rich Bailey. I'm the district archaeologist, cultural program lead, and tribal liaison for Spokane District BLM.
Thank you, Rich. And next would be Travis, one of the new members, showed up just before me. So he's brand new. Travis?
Morning, team. Travis here. I'm public affairs officer here at the Spokane District. I am a recent retiree from the United States Air Force after 21 years of active duty service, and I just loving the new position here and getting to interact with all of our MAC members and getting to know the ins and outs of the BLM. So sometimes I may not know the answer all the time, but I ask you please be a little patient with me as I learn the intricacies of the BLM. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Is there anybody else from the BLM? I think we've got everybody, but I want to make sure I haven't missed somebody. I'm still learning names.
Rich? I think Rich Bailey's on the call, and I don't think you called on him, did you?
Yes, Rich introduced himself.
Oh, okay.
I think that's it, Jamie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just so everyone knows, assume everyone has their agenda. So we're going to have the status reports from the district manager, and I believe part of that will, as it says in there, the MAC updates and transition. We'll probably have some discussion there, and talk about implementation priorities. Bree and Owen will give us status reports, and I think one of the topics there will be, when we talk about safety, will be about the hunting situation that's here, and hopefully not only just the status, but what's going to happen going down the road. And then we'll have the cultural resources update and tribal forum update, which I think should be interesting. And somewhere in here we'll take a break, and then we'll have some more discussion topics. As I said to begin with, the original agenda that we were putting together was to be more action oriented, with giving advice to the BLM, and so I have a topic about how to network and coordinate volunteers, And then Bree's going to talk about trailhead and trail destination. And that's a discussion topic, not a presentation topic. And then we will have a public comment period, an open forum. And we'll start with the tribal representative or elected representatives, tribal members, tribal representatives, tribal members, and any elected officials, and then the general public. So we will, as we go through here, people who raise their hands will be, I'll be recognizing the MAC members, and public comments can come later. And with that, we've got, thanks to Travis, we've got minutes to approve for the 3 meetings that we've had this year. And so I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes for February 2nd meeting, May 4th meeting, and September 27th meeting.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, moved by Tom Reeves, seconded by Amy Nessler, to approve the minutes from the 3 meetings that we've had previously this year. Since this is Zoom and we've got a lot of people, I'm going to do my Zoom way of approving these, which is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes are approved. I would also like to note that we are a full group, as Shirley has joined us, or at least I thought I saw her name here on the call. So with that, we'll move into the status report from Steve, and I want to, before you start, Steve, I just wanted to ask, oh, wait a minute, before we go there, we should introduce the MAC members first. Sorry, I blew right past that. So anyway, I'll start with my screen. Tom Reeve.
Hi, I'm Tom Reeve. I'm here representing cultural historical values.
Thank you. Amy Nessler.
Hi, Amy Nessler, representing Recreation and Tourism.
Right. Tracy.
Excuse me, Tracy Cottingham, representing Cultural Heritage. I guess that's historical too, as Tom points out.
Amy Frost.
Amy Frost, Lopez Museum. This is only my 2nd meeting, but I believe I'm just representative of general public.
Great. That's Cindy.
Cindy Smith. I'm on Lopez and I represent tourism and recreation.
Rick.
I'm Rick Wigry. I'm on Lopez. I represent the public at large.
Thank you. Ruth.
Ruth Milner, I represent wildlife and ecology.
Thank you. Sam.
Hi, everybody. My name's Sam Barr. Kaliantan is my Indian name, and I represent tribal interests, and I also serve on the formal government to government tribal forum.
Great. Thank you. Aaron.
Hey everybody, I'm Erin Cora, representing the MAC with Interpretation and Education here from San Juan Island.
Thank you. Shirley.
Samat son of Snap. My traditional name is Kusamat. My English name is Shirley Williams. My maternal and paternal bloodline have lived within the bounds of the federally reserved lands of Lummi Nation for the last 7 generations, but my descendancy comes throughout the archipelago of the Salish Sea. I represent the wildlife and ecology. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jay was calling in. I'm not sure how I can recognize him, except that Jay Hebner is going to be calling in. And Jay, since you can't raise your hand, really, I'll, if you need to speak, just speak up. Now we can move on to the Steve's report and updates. And I just, for those of you who weren't on the call, talking about our charter and etc., we had asked and to see if, I don't know if you have an answer or not, but if the MAC could continue until a new MAC is seated. And I hope you'll address that in your remarks.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. So I have a few district updates, staffing. I'll go over how to reach out and contact the BLM staff, but then I'll spend the majority of the time talking about the MAC news that we shared with the MAC members last week, I believe it was. And we'll go from there and have some time for some questions afterwards, Jamie, hopefully. So as many of you, I hope know, October 1, a decision was made for the Spokane, Washington district and the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho district to split. Back in 2016 or so, a decision was made to merge those districts in an attempt to streamline and seek efficiencies and cost savings. After looking at that being implemented for almost 10 years, a decision was made that senior leadership, both in Idaho headquarters and Oregon, Washington state offices, felt the need to pull the districts apart. That was implemented in October 1 this year. Kurt Pindell, who is the district manager for Coeur d'Alene, was also overseeing Spokane. I was hired. I started in October 23 to take over management of the standalone now Spokane district. We are working through the motions of splitting those districts apart, trying to fill key positions that we were sharing at some point. We're going to continue to share some of the critical positions, law enforcement, and some others. But we are now logistically separate and managed under the Oregon, Washington state office. So again, I'm excited to be here. It's really good. I've been here for about 7 weeks. I've met some amazing people. The Spokane BLM team is phenomenal, and I've been really impressed by what I've seen, the partnerships and all the work our BLM team is doing. And I look forward to getting out to the San Juans as soon as possible to see the great work that Bree and the partnership is doing out there. I have been to the San Juans, but it was probably 20 years ago now. So I look forward to revisiting and refamiliarizing myself with that fantastic location. On the budget front, I just wanted to provide a quick update. The BLM, Department of Interior, is currently operating under a continuing resolution that is scheduled to go through early February. So we are working through the restrictions of a continuing resolution. We do not have an annual appropriation. So there are limited resources available to us budgetarily at this time until we receive an appropriation or a full year continuing resolution. Hopefully that will be resolved soon in February. There are limitations on what we can spend, as I said, under a continuing resolution. We're limited on contracts, the amount of obligations, financial risk that we can take. However, I want to share that we're moving forward with high priority implementation actions and staffing. My understanding is a year and a half ago, the Spokane district had a vacancy rate of approximately 40%. In the last year and a half, that has been improved to right around 20%, which is a pretty phenomenal move. And I think that emphasizes the focus all the way from the Secretary of the Interior, BLM Director, and senior leadership in Oregon, Washington to fill these key staffing vacancies for the BLM. That continues, and we're going to continue to work forward to fill our vacancies. That being said, we have just selected a new district planning and environmental coordinator. That position has been vacant, my understanding is, for many years. And this is a key leadership position for us that will help with our NEPA, EIS planning, and coordinating with partners, federal partners, state partners, as we work through plans and plan implementation. So we're really excited to have that individual on board. Her name is Lindsay Pruitt. She is joining us from the U.S. Forest Service, has previously worked for the BLM. So we're excited that she's coming back to the BLM. She'll be joining our team here in Spokane on January 16th. As I shared a little earlier, if you do need to reach the BLM, please reach out to Bree and Owen, who are your local points of contact on the islands. You can also reach out to the general BLM. It'll get to me through our Spokane internet site. And I think Travis is posting that contact information in the chat. Please, if you have questions, concerns, don't hesitate to reach out to any of us, and we will respond to you as soon as we can. Any questions on those updates before I dive into the MAC specific update? Okay.
Any hints?
Oh, I see
Tom.
Yeah, I would just request that Owen email that contact information, or Bree email that contact information list to the MAC, because it's kind of hard to have those websites available after the meeting ends.
We'll do that, Tom. Thanks for that. Any other questions? Okay, so I want to dive into the MAC update, which we shared during an administrative call with MAC members last week, and also made some follow-up contacts with MAC members that were not able to make the administrative call. As we shared last week, the Secretary has determined that the current authority for the MAC has expired. The MAC has accomplished the purpose identified in the presidential proclamation of establishing a new resource management plan for the San Juan Islands National Monument. This is a great success, and we want to thank you all for your support and effort, both current members and past members, helping us achieve this great milestone. The Secretary has also acknowledged the important role that the Advisory Committee, the MAC, will play in providing information and advice on RMP implementation, and has requested that the BLM establish a new MAC as soon as possible. As such, today's meeting will be the last meeting of this MAC. And again, I want to personally thank you for all your efforts to help us get to where we are today. I know it has been a long road, but I'm also excited about the future and what the future holds with the plan implementation and the opportunity to continue to engage a MAC in helping achieve our objectives. When we met last week, I shared that we were in the process of developing a final draft charter and the package, what we call the package that would go forward to the Secretary to initiate a Federal Register notice and finalize a charter to establish the new MAC. I'm happy to share with you today that that final draft charter has been drafted, and the Federal Register documents have been sent to BLM headquarters. So they have already moved through the Spokane District, the Oregon-Washington State Director's Office, and now sit with the BLM Director. So I hope this demonstrates how quickly we are moving and our commitment to minimize the gap between MACs. Travis, can you hopefully share the final draft charter on the screen for folks to see? I asked Travis to do this because I was not confident I could multitask. So what you see on the screen is the final draft charter that went forward to the BLM headquarters. And ultimately, Tom, can you see it? I saw something.
No, it's fine. I would love if you could send it out so we could like print it and stare at it later, but
Okay. Well, what I want to share with you is this charter looks very similar to the current charter. It focuses on establishing a new MAC under a different, now BLM authority, in order to provide information and develop recommendations to the BLM on the implementation of the RMP. So it's a very high level purpose, but strictly focused on providing information, advice on implementation of the RMP. The current or the proposed makeup of the MAC is 12 members, same as the current MAC. And Travis, can you scroll down to the membership? So the makeup of the committee will look very similar. I do want to highlight that we are proposing to the secretary that 2 members of federally recognized tribes be included in the new MAC going forward. And Bree, maybe you can help me. There is a reduction in one of the categories, and I'm not exact. I don't recall off the top of my head which one that is, but the makeup will remain 12. So I do want to highlight that we consider this a final draft charter. It has gone through review and approval at the Spokane and Oregon, Washington state director level. As I shared, it now sits with the BLM director. There is no guarantee that it will look like this after the secretary signs it, but we have pretty good confidence that we've hit the mark in what the secretary will support. How long this process will take is unclear, but I am extremely encouraged that it is already sitting with the BLM director for her approval and then forwarding on to the Department of the Interior, eventually to the Secretary's office. So again, I want to thank you all for getting us to this point. It's been a big lift. It has taken time, but it's a great success that we are now past the development of the RMP and could look forward on RMP implementation. Jamie, I think I'll stop there and open the floor for questions, comments. Travis, you could probably stop sharing if you want, or if people would like it left up.
I would put back to scroll down to the position so we can see that while we ask questions. And maybe somebody else has another spot they'd like to look at.
Before I open up the questions and comments, I have my own comment. You didn't really address, Steve, something that happened in our last meeting when you announced this, which was, could this MAC continue until a new one is seated? And just, I know that you and Barry know, but I had reached out to our congressional delegation as well as the governor's office to pursue this line that this MAC could continue until the new one is seated. Additionally, I've individually polled the membership, and I had heard back from almost everyone. We have 10 people who were willing to continue serving even as an interim until a new MAC is seated. So can you address, how did you pursue that if this one could continue in the last couple of weeks?
So we do not have a definitive answer on that, Jamie. We can continue to chase it. We did press that when we initially heard this news. but we can continue to chase it. I'm not, to be frank with you, I'm not overly optimistic that we will get a different answer.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, after we look at the charter, I would like to go back to that question of continuing engagement. On the charter, I've got a question and a couple of opinions here. On the question front, are you interested in the MAC's opinions on this charter? Because I know that we've given input in the past. We did not have input on this particular charter. We have expressed in the past strong interest in tribal representation. We recognize that the tribes have their own government-to-government relationship, their own treaty rights, etc. But we would like to be cognizant of tribal concerns so that we can act more appropriately in the interest of the community at large. So I guess my first question is, how open are you to our comments here before I start giving my comments?
Well, I appreciate you asking that, Tom. Frankly, we're moving this so quickly. This is sharing for awareness, situational awareness and understanding, not for feedback and edit at this time.
Okay, that's disappointing since our role is to give advice. And this is obviously a piece that's important to us. I'll first ask you to scroll up to, I think it's section 3 or 4 up there, where it's 4, description of duties. I was glad to see the last sentence, which basically says members need to, have the opportunity to express what's appropriate to the interests that they represent. I'm concerned that is under bullet item number 1, which is basically saying everything comes at the request of the DFO. And that last sentence sounds like it's a bullet number 2, which is we should also take our own initiative. And I guess my concern, and again, this is feedback on something that's apparently cast in very nearly solidified stone. My concern is that this sounds like we only talk about the stuff the DFO wants to talk about, rather than the stuff that's of concern of the interests that we represent. So after that feedback, I want to scroll back down to the membership. And I appreciate several aspects of this, including the increased tribal member representation, though it doesn't sound like we have people representing tribal interests. You now have a forum for that, which is probably more appropriate than an individual on the MAC that tries to represent the interests of the tribes themselves. This gives those 2 members, I'm assuming, the ability to speak personally and as a representative of the interests of all tribal members, rather than representing the interests of the tribal government, which is a more challenging position for them to be in. But the biggest concern I have here, and it hits on several of these, it hits on slot C, slot D, slot I, and it's the word employed by, the words employed by or employed as. I think in some circumstances, the best representative we can have will not be currently employed in that role. So our local nonprofit organizations might best be represented by a board member, not a staff member. Our local agencies, such as the County Land Bank, might best be represented by a member of the Land Bank Commission rather than an employee of the Land Bank. And likewise, we have a lot of academics in the community who are very, very knowledgeable, but they're now emerita. And an emerita, I don't think, is an actual employee of the institution. And so I would like to have representatives of those skill sets and knowledge bases and those interests, rather than employees of those specific institutions, because I think we'll get a larger pool of applicants and potentially people who are more qualified to speak for the bigger picture and have the time to participate fully in the MAC.
Okay. I appreciate you sharing that, Tom.
Tracy.
All right, thanks, Steve. And I've mentioned this in our meeting last week as well, but 2.5 years ago, the MAC asked for a change out of our different representations slots, including 2 tribal, and we were told, and that was with Kurt Pendel on that call, that these are set. This template is set and this cannot be changed. So, and I would still like to know, and I asked this a week ago, is this only happening to our MAC, and why the switch from a template that seemingly was set in stone with no changes possible to this very widely changed set? And as it's been said, I'm very disappointed we did not help participate in creating this, as the MAC has been in operation for many years, and we know what has been helpful in addition to what the BLM has said. So I'm very disappointed we did not see this draft in a time that we could help the BLM and understand this process more. And I do know it was very quick. Was this an oversight that should have been looked at last spring or last winter? That's the last question I have.
Carrie, or sorry, Tracy, I appreciate you sharing those thoughts, and I did not capture all your questions. So let me start with the last one you asked. Was this an oversight? I think I can't speak for my predecessor or headquarters, what have you, but I don't think anybody in the BLM expected this situation to come up now. I think we recognize the need to pivot the MAC to focus more on implementation, RMP implementation. We did not realize that the department's interpretation of the presidential proclamation would stop or end this process so abruptly, and we'd have to pivot so quickly. I think there were some plans in the works to make that transition. We were not prepared for it coming this quickly, and it caught the BLM off guard, so to speak.
And I guess one of the earlier questions was when 2.5 years ago, we were told we could not change any of these positions, that was set. And now we see a broad change. So I would love an explanation as to what happened between 2.5 years ago and today to be able to do this.
So Tracy, I cannot answer that. I'm not an expert in this by any stretch. I know when we had the conversation about making the shift in tribal representation, that was not a question whether we had that ability. That's all I can share with you, is we were okay to make that change, and it did not appear to be a set in stone situation by any stretch.
Well, if you hear anything or can inquire about that, I think that would help us understand why this happened and how this happened.
Yeah, and I think, Tracy, to another point that you had, is this happening only to this MAC? I can't answer that. I don't know what's happening broadly. I just know that with this, the decision made that this MAC is sunsetting and the haste to get a new one set in place, we had an opportunity to make a change or target the next charter. We took that opportunity. I don't believe this is a broad brush approach for all MACs. This was situational and an opportunity.
All right, because that was, and sorry to keep asking this, but we were working on that new charter in 2021. We had had input into what that charter would be. And so we were making that change and we added in implementation. So I think Bree giving a report on this, it just more ways of how do we explain why this is happening in clear, easy to understand terms, so we can when we're asked by community members and others, that we can confidently say that, just in clear, concise terms, how this is happening. I'm sorry, that's a bit garbled because I've heard this 3 or 4 times in the last week, and it's still a little bit hard to understand.
Hi, Tracy. My name is Carrie Richardson. I am the National Advisory Committee Coordinator for the Bureau of Land Management out of headquarters. And I want to let you know you all are in a unique position. The majority of the monument advisory committees that the BLM has been charged with managing throughout the years that are created by presidential proclamation sunset at some point, especially if it's written into the presidential proclamation what the committee's duty is. And in this case, the committee's duty was to provide input during the preparation of the RMP and the eventual ROD. And so once the mission is accomplished, a lot of times these committees are sunset and are no longer continue, because they have, basically accomplished their mission. In this case, because you all have been a very successful MAC, the department did not want you all to sunset. They did not want to go away, but they couldn't allow the MAC to operate under presidential authority anymore because it's completed its presidential purpose. So that is why the committee is being reauthorized from a discretionary committee where we have absolutely no choice, we have to maintain it, to a non-discretionary committee where we're not required by law to maintain it, but we do want the MAC to continue to exist. And so what was done was there was an evaluation about what benefits could the MAC still provide to the BLM. Ultimately, these committees belong to the Secretary of the Interior. We manage them by the BLM manages them, but ultimately we are not in charge of them. And the BLM was surprised at this. We did not know this was going to happen. And so we're trying to get this committee stood back up under the new authority as quickly as possible. This was at the direction of the solicitor's office. They said, we just can't continue to say that their purpose is to provide input to the RMP since the RMP is published, done, and over with. So they took a good hard look at everything and said, what kind of committee for the monument can continue to provide the most benefit to the BLM? And that's where these determinations were made by. Tom, I really appreciate your input on the way that you worded the membership and designation, because what we want is we don't want to overly restrict ourselves with these designations. So if there's a way that we could word them more different, where you think that we'd be more likely to have stronger nominations, then I am certainly open to that input. Steve, I think I saw you taking some notes on his advice. I would really love to see those. As far as, can we scroll back up, Steve, to the description of duties? All right, as far as the comments for the description of duties, ultimately, these committees do cost money to manage. And so there has to be, ultimately, there's got to be some benefit to the BLM. And so, the DFO is the person that might know things are upcoming that we might not all be privy to. And that's why I think it says at the request of the DFO. And that's pretty standard language. where it says members will use their positions to be a voice for the communities and interests they're appointed to represent. That means that we want the MAC to take back information gathered and presented at meetings to their constituencies and present that information to the constituencies. And that way, at the next meeting, you can express not just your points of view, but your entire constituency's points of view on issues that come up. So I hope I've clarified some. Is there, Tracy, did that help at all?
I believe I'm unmuted. Yes. It certainly is nice to hear from you, and thank you for being here with us today. And it may be great to get your contact information if that's possible, so that if we have some need to clarify points, I think your knowledge is excellent.
Thank you. My email address is C, my first initial, and my last name, Richardson. It's spelled just like it sounds. The @ BLM.gov.
Perfect. And just you're welcome to put that into the chat, and thank you.
Okay, no problem. Please know we are surprised, and we're working as fast as possible to get this stood back up. Because it's very frustrating, the fact that when the charter expires, everybody's terms terminate. That personally for me, causes a little bit of heartburn, and I probably get in trouble for saying that. But we want to make this happen as quickly and as easily as possible. We can, I can take recommendations on the charter and on some of the language, but I can't promise anything, because like I said, ultimately, these are signed by the Secretary of the Interior, and they are reviewed. It's got to be reviewed by a cast of thousands. It's just part of the bureaucracy in headquarters. Everybody has to be able to buy in, and we got to make sure that everything in here is legal, because as you all know, the BLM, we deal with a tremendous amount of litigation, and we do everything we can to avoid any extra. So, that's the ultimate goal, is that this is going to be legally viable, and it's not going to be overly restricting to the BLM and to members. So at this point, if anybody has any direct questions for me, I'm happy to take those, or I'm happy to mute and let you guys continue on, whatever you think works best for the group.
Well, we have several hands up, and I'm not sure if they're directly for you.
I don't know if they're for me or not, but I'll tell you what, I will be quiet, and I will listen to the questions. And if anybody would like input for me, just give me a shout.
Okay. Tom, before I go to you, I'm going to try to get through some of the other members that haven't spoken yet, if that's okay. Sam.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Carrie, I actually really appreciated that description. And I'm a fan of the next implementation session of the MAC being a lot more action oriented. I think that, some of us may feel like it's dissolving what we've done, but I think that if we think about it as the next step, it can be something that we're excited about. I'm definitely excited that there's 2 seats on the new MAC. Like Tom Reeves said, it does a lot to give a wider variety of tribal voices. Tom, you're exactly right that the tribal forum is a government to government arena for us to communicate with the BLM. It tends to be more private, but this forum with the MAC does give tribal citizens the ability to bring their ideas to this MAC at a citizen level, not at a government level, and that's extremely important, just like it is in American policy and everything like that. There's government opinion, and then there's citizen opinion, which, as you could imagine, citizens' opinions are sometimes different than the government's position, just like it is in the greater American realm. And so, along those lines, I'm really, really glad that Kusama Shirley Williams is here, and that this is going to give more opportunity for citizens like her and I to be able to sit in this forum and provide our input as well, which is really important for diversity of ideas. And then, you know, that's sort of a comment, but then I have a question about the timeline. On this MAC, there's some seats that are open, and you know, I've heard that we're supposed to put in our application, but is that even worth doing? And what is, you know, when do we start applying for the new MAC? So that's my question.
Anybody that applied through the call for nominations that just closed in November, those applications are still going to be considered. What's going to happen is, as soon as the charter is signed, a notice will be published in the Federal Register. And the notice is going to say, basically announce that it is being chartered under a new authority, and it's going to initiate a call for nominations. We will recruit for all 12 positions during those calls for that call for nominations, knowing that we're still going to consider anybody that has that applied previously in November. Those people do not need to reapply. Unfortunately, though, if you are holding a current seat on the MAC, you will have to reapply, but there'll be a rollout. You know, as soon as that Federal Register notice publishes, the charter is signed, and the call for nominations will go out. The call for nominations, normally when we do one, calls for nominations are open for 30 days. In this case, we're going to open it for 45 to maximize that opportunity to collect nominations. This is, the BLM has 28 advisory committees. Getting this stood back up is one of my top priorities. So I can promise you that when nominations hit my desk to facilitate approval and vetting through headquarters, I promise that this is my priority, to get this back up and running as soon as possible.
Thanks, Sam. Ruth.
Thanks. Just real briefly, I just want to second Tom's concerns about the term employed by for several of these categories. I checked with a few academic friends at Western Washington University, and they all said between scheduling and budgets, it would be really difficult for them to participate as employees in academia on a MAC like this. So as Tom pointed out, there are lots and lots of people who are academicians who are not currently employed by a local university or college, and as well as the other categories. So if there's a way to restructure that language, I would strongly encourage it. Thanks.
Yeah, Ruth and Tom, you know, I think we have this very complicated system called DTS, and we send these draft documents through to get surnamed by people, and then there's it's not user friendly. But I want to let you know that the document that we did put in there, Tom did have the change. I did listen to your advice, and we did push that change up. I think because we're working with a version that's on our computer, that's the only difference, is just that one word. Everything else that is here is what we sent up, but I think just because of just the way that system works, and because it was just easier to pull a document like this off the computer, I believe it just didn't make it onto the screen here. But we did, especially particularly for that academic category, we did make that change, and loosened up that language, and I will touch base with Carrie and everything to make sure that that carries through. And then as far as with the other ones, like with the volunteer organizations, for example, or nonprofits, so that word there, you know, I think we would consider employed just like we would our BLM volunteers. Like if you're a volunteer of the agency, you're engaged into that agency, you're going to count, you know, and so I think there the language is broad enough, and you know, we want to make sure that we have a good division of backgrounds and expertise and folks that that maybe we'll have some that will be working presently in the field and will be able to provide some guidance from outside the BLM within the MAC group to help with these substantive recommendations that we want from you.
Thanks, Bree. Aaron.
Hey, yeah, yeah, just wanted to kind of comment on, you know, the whole time I've been on the MAC since its inception, the real exciting part for me was the implementation part of it. Is interpretation and education, and also bringing Owen on and his aspects of and his expertise with interpretation. Everything just that was really exciting for me is to see the RMP process finalized and finally moving into the stages of implementation, which for me is the real, you know, action time for what I've been doing and working towards on being on and representing for the MAC. And then to have it kind of not even really be a part of the new MAC, you know, just kind of blows me away in a way too. You know, how that was decided and why it's just 12 members. If we need to expand it, why do we stop at 12? You know, how the importance of education and interpretation just kind of got dropped off, and how that was decided upon is kind of a curiosity. And yeah, I mean, when I look at the different positions, how I would apply, I'm not sure where I would apply, or how you know, how I could apply in those new 12 positions. So it's a little concerning in that way. And I'm very curious how that decision was made.
Aaron, I hope you would apply as a representative of a local nonprofit that's involved in you know, managing natural spaces. I think you'd fit really well under that. And you're definitely right. That's definitely a voice what we will be looking for under our new MAC. But also remember, this is only one way of engaging with us. This is one tool in a vast toolbox that we use to help us with implementation. And so I know that Aaron, that you and Owen are going to be collaborating, you know, and all of us, you know, will be collaborating through the terrestrial managers group, through the stewardship network, and I'm sure you and Owen personally will be collaborating on projects. And I really hope that you do. We need your voice on the MAC, and I would love to have you reapply. And yeah, if you have any questions about that, let's talk, because I really want to make sure that there is that voice there.
Oh, Tom. Oh.
Well,
Sorry.
and just the question about like the 12, you know, like is that a hard number? Is it kind of thing? Why?
Aaron, you kind of broke up there. If you could maybe repeat your question. Or did she drop completely? Well, I'll circle back with her when she comes back on.
I'm back. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. We couldn't
Yeah,
hear
you guys kind of hear my last bit. Yeah, well, just circling back around to the idea of you know, 12, the number of 12 MAC members, if we have an opportunity to expand beyond just 12, or is that a hard set number, and the reason behind that? You know, if we need more MAC members, is there wiggle room on that in that regard?
So this is Steve, and Carrie can correct if I'm wrong here, but I think we're authorized a maximum amount of 15. We chose to go with 12 to keep it the same as we currently have. But I would echo Bree's comment. You know, I think there is a place for those interests in this committee. But then also the MAC is not the only way that the BLM engages with partners and solicits feedback and help on implementation. So please know that.
Okay, Tom Reed.
Yeah, knowing me, you know that I've got several items queued up here. Sorry. First, I want to thank Carrie for joining us. I think it's really important that she shows up. It's a good statement to us. And I want to echo a couple comments. One is Sam's remarks about the value of having multiple tribal members represented in the MAC. And I want to remind everybody that tribal members are eligible to apply for any and all positions on the MAC. So with any luck going forward, we'll have more than 2 tribal members within the group, whether the group be 12 or more. As for the specific wording around employment, I'm not sure what ended up based on Bree's edits, but I would just say representing those interests. Wherever it says employed by, it's representing. And that's what we want. And we've gotten great value out of that. Ruth Milner, for example, on the MAC, is a former state fish and wildlife employee, and her career there has really made her valuable to us. And I'm assuming that she has more time to contribute to us now that she's no longer employed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I do want to mention, I guess, just for the record and for Carrie, that one of the things that's very confusing to me as a MAC member, and I've talked to others who have the same issue, is it seems like there's a disconnect between the BLM, the Department of Interior, and the White House when we get in subsequent months a continuation of the MAC, followed within 6 weeks by, oh, the MAC can't exist anymore and we have to go reconstruct it. It seems like there are lawyers looking at all these things. I recognize that. I recognize I'm not one, but it's disturbing when we've got those sorts of disconnects. And is it because the lawyers didn't know we were being continued? Is it because people continuing us didn't check with the lawyers to make sure we were still continuable? I don't know where the ball dropped, but it was very disruptive to us. On the specifics of the charter graph that was shown on the screen, I noticed under duration, it says continuing, which is the same thing our current charter says. I made the mistake, I guess, this morning of going back to our original charter from 2014, which was signed by Secretary Jewell at the time. And that charter had more under duration. The duration, according to Secretary Jewell, and my non-lawyer understanding, is that the presidential proclamation said that the Interior Department had to create a MAC, and the MAC had to advise on the following things. The charter that Secretary Jewell created to initiate the MAC, based on that proclamation, says, and I'll just quote a couple sentences, which is the entire duration section. The presidential proclamation establishing this committee states that the purpose of the committee is to provide information and advice regarding the development of the National Monuments Resource Management Plan. The committee will expire after the Resource Management Plan's initial implementation phase, which seems like we're still in that. We haven't done much implementation at all on that RMP. And so at least as originally defined by the secretary in response to the president and presumably approved by the solicitors at BLM, our duration was to be through the initial implementation phase. And that's what we're asking for here. We'd love to have a long-term MAC in place. I think our biggest concern, my biggest concern, is continuity, because we have seen, especially with the change of presidential administrations in the past, where the MAC was unable to meet. And we are facing that window now, unless there's a way of continuing the MAC as it exists until the new MAC is in place. And when we get to an appropriate point in this conversation, I'd like to put out for the MAC's consumption a potential vote recommending some continuity steps by the BLM and the department. Moving on to one more item on the charter. In a sidebar conversation with Bree a couple days ago, she was mentioning different quorum requirements in the new charter. And I can't figure out where those quorum requirements, even for the current charter, come from. I see in the original MAC handbook we were handed that there's a quorum requirement, in our case of 8, to make a recommendation to BLM or request of the secretary. I would love to know, and I'm not sure who to even ask on this call, where the quorum requirements are, because they have bitten us several times when we didn't have a full slot of members appointed, because we didn't have 8 people, let alone the ability to get all 8 in the room at the same time. And if that's being fixed, I'd love to see that in writing somewhere. Thanks. That's it for now.
So do any of the BLM people have an answer to that quorum requirement? Or I mean, not the quorum, the giving advice, the voting requirement.
According to the well, one thing, because everything we do with the BLM is special. So we are the Department of the Interior. All the other bureaus that have federal advisory committees are only governed by FACA. Well, back in 1995, somebody in the BLM thought it would be a good idea if we implemented our own regulations that hold us to higher standards for the management of our advisory councils. And one of the things in those regulations is that a charter is supposed to include quorum requirements, which it had not done in the past. And so this charter, the new charter, includes a quorum requirement that says the majority of members are present. When we say majority, to determine a majority, we always we do half plus 1. So if there's 12 members, that means that it takes 7 to have 7 people have to be there in order to have a quorum. I don't know where that number 10 came from. It's certainly not a regulation or a statute. But that is, we typically go with the majority of members need to be there.
Yeah,
And that way,
pardon me, sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
When we were constituted, we were told the 7 was a quorum to meet, but we were also told that we needed 8 to vote for a recommendation or request. And it's that voting requirement that I've never seen written anywhere other than in our handbook.
I'm not sure where that came from either. I can only tell you it's not in our regulations.
Thank you, Carrie. Tracy.
All right, so while Carrie's answering that question, we've been a staggered MAC, meaning 4 go off at certain intervals so that we don't have a whole MAC reapplying. This time we have 5 because of timing issues on somehow we end up with 5 being expired by next September, which is, anyway, my question is, once we get a new MAC and once there's a federal register for new nominations, new applications, how will we get to a staggered MAC to where we all don't fall off at one time?
We're going to appoint people to staggered terms. The maximum term is 3 years. And so what we'll do is we'll appoint probably half the members to 2-year terms and the other half to 3-year terms. That way everybody doesn't roll off at the same time. We do have the ability to appoint people to 1-year terms, but as you all are aware, the wheels of the government tend to turn pretty slow. So I hate to appoint anybody to a 1-year term because you might not have that much of an opportunity to be involved. So I feel like staggered 2 and 3-year terms are the most appropriate. When the advisory councils for the BLM were first created, it was, designed to be a very well-oiled machine where all the advisory councils once a year, 1/3 of the members rolled off. And, it worked very well. But there's some things that have happened politically that have prevented us from being able to function like that. In 2017, the first thing that former Secretary of the Interior Zinke did was put a pause on the advisory committee program. That pause lasted about 8 months. During that pause, everybody's charter expired, positions expired, and no positions were able to be filled at that time because the charters were expired. When the pause was finally lifted, the first thing we had to do was get everybody's charter back up and running, which took several months because they all are signed by the secretary. And during that time, even more positions expired. So that kind of threw our wheels of motion off. Then former President Trump issued an executive order that required consolidation of all federal advisory committees across the government by 1/3, which thank goodness that did not affect you all, but it did affect the total number of BLM advisory committees. We actually went from 38 advisory committees to 28 advisory committees as a result of that presidential proclamation. Well, whenever we did that, in order not to, we didn't want to terminate any committees because we still wanted to make sure that we had the voices of all the communities at the table for all the land that the BLM manages. What we did was we consolidated. So we expanded their jurisdiction. Well, when we did that, what that meant was there were members that no longer needed to live in the jurisdiction of the council, and they all had to be reassigned. I'm not going to call it strategic, but someone looking from the outside in may there was a very strong attempt made to derail the trains, and frankly, we are still recovering from it, unfortunately.
So the second question is for Bree. It's not a question because Bree presented to our county council this last Monday, and her explanation of how this new charter overrides the current extension of our charter signed by President Biden. And Bree, you explained it in clear, concise terms about going, I think, from the presidential charter to the statutory charter. But if you could repeat that section, it really helped clarify how the current charter and the current renewal, how this overrides it.
Oh gosh, if I remember what I said, that would be great.
Well, it was a question by Jane Fuller about why is this happening when we had the renewal that goes through 2025 that supposedly renewed a portion. And
so
Tom,
this is definitely, oh, sorry, Tracy. Yeah, no,
that's right.
This is the kind of thing that can definitely drive you nuts. And, you know, whether you're working for the government or not, it's just like, it's definitely on a personal level, kind of drives you crazy. But so here's the way that I understand it is, you know, looking back at the original proclamation, the executive order that created the monument and gave the Monument Advisory Committee gave us the authority to establish the advisory committee to provide recommendations to us. You know, that was laid out in that executive order that created the monument. Executive orders carry the weight of law. And that original executive order is the foundational authority for the establishment of the MAC. And so then, as Carrie mentioned, we have our BLM policy, and then above that we have regulations and our enacting authority, and then, you know, above that we have the Code of Federal Regulations and the US Code, and those are all nested. But the original root of this advisory committee is for the purposes of protecting and restoring the objects identified above, the secretary through the BLM shall prepare and maintain a management plan for the monument and shall establish an advisory committee under the Federal Advisory Committee Act to provide information and advice regarding the development of such a plan. It's very specific. And so the ruling, I think, from the solicitor makes a lot of sense to me. But until somebody like that doing their job looks at it and says that, it's not something that any of the rest of us would pop into our mind. We're perfectly happy. We look at the charter level. We're used to operating under this level of our policy, and we look at that and we see, great, this is awesome. Now we have a charter that says we can work on implementation, but the problem is still the original executive order establishing the proclamation, establishing the monument, and that's very specific task-based authority for the MAC, which is what we are curing now by changing the authority to our discretionary authority to have these advisory committees. How do you do?
Phenomenal.
It's great.
The term structured. So now this new one, you said you believed it's even more protected if we have a change of administration going forward. There was something that you really spun in a positive way that I appreciated hearing. So the classification.
Well, I hope it's not just spin, but yeah, it is.
Yeah.
My personal opinion, that, it seems to me like if you have a MAC that is under executive authority, there's a list on the president's desk, right? And that just as you get further away from the executive office, things kind of change less, right? That is the surface of the ocean during a storm, and everything under it can be a lot more calm. And so I just think personally that, if we have an advisory committee that's on our list way down here in the BLM, that to me, feels more stable than something, up there that that's going to be one of the first things the president's going to say, all right, where's my advisory committees? And, I don't know, I could be way off, but that's just how my brain works.
All right.
By allowing the committee, by the committee being reauthorized under a new authority, it means that it will be, it's the department's discretion to maintain it instead of the White House. And this way, should something happen and there be a change in administration and the new administration not be a fan of the advisory committees, they could easily just remove committees from that proclamation that comes out every 2 years to continue committees. And this was a way to eliminate that risk. It's making it a little bit less political, and it puts the MAC in a better in a safety zone.
So Carrie, since you're the one with the most knowledge of how all the bureaucracy works on this call, I know you can't give anything definitive, but could you give us some idea? Because as the original call and this call, and I think you realize, we really have an issue with the continuity or the gap. So could you give us any idea of timing? And I know you don't have to go through all the things, but I know like just the call for nominations is a 45-day period without taking into account running everything up the chain. So could you give us an idea in an ideal world how fast or slow this might move? Because in my mind, having been a veteran and some of the other people of this committee, it could be 6 months or it could be almost 2 years, depending on how fast people move.
I won't let this take 6 months. If I have to beg, borrow, and plead. It's already with our director's office, has to be approved by our director, Tracy Stone Manning. which is why if there's any changes, like Mr. Reeve had mentioned, that I need those pretty quick if we want to just, remove that word employed, because I do think that's beneficial and it's less restricting. And that's what we want to do. We don't want to accidentally over restrict ourselves. It's very difficult for me to determine the schedule of senior leaders, especially when we're, going into a holiday season. Ideally, I would like to see this. I would like to see this published in January. I'd like to see that 45-day clock start in January, and I will need the monument and the state office to get those to me pretty quickly so that I can start rushing things as much as I can from my end. So if we did, 45 days, let's say, all right, let's say worst case scenario publishes January 15th. 45 days, that takes us into March. Let's say, and this is where I can't anticipate the timing. At the time that it will take the state office to review applications and to identify preferred nominations. I don't know how long that will take. And that's, while I can encourage movement, I can't force anybody to do that. So mid-March, let's say it takes them a month, mid-April, to get them to headquarters. I think that, and please, please, please don't take me to court over this. New members appointed by September is what I would like to see. And then we also, we would need to hit the ground running with planning a meeting. New members would have to be flexible and would have to be, flexible with their dates and with their availability. And I realize that that's a big ask. I know you all are busy. I know the majority of you have full-time jobs and that your schedules are hectic. But we would have to ask, especially with the first meeting, to be flexible. My advice on best practices would be when they do when the first Federal Register notice is published for meetings, that it includes multiple meetings, not just one. And that way we have some things that are on the books, makes people's schedules, a little bit easier to plan if you know what's going to be going on 6 months out. All I can do really is promise you guys that this is the top of my priority. This is something that I am all over. I am checking on every day, and I will do everything in my power as a headquarters employee. Now, I'm not part of the secretary's office. Everything I can on behalf of the BLM and on behalf of our assistant secretary's office to facilitate this as quick as possible.
Thank you, Carrie. And Steve, would we have a commitment from you to, since Carrie just said the district and state would have to get moving on this stuff quickly, do we have a commitment from you to do that?
Definitely, yes. And Barry and I have already talked about that. So as soon as we get those applications in our hands, we'll move them quickly and shepherd them through the state office to headquarters.
Thank you. Cindy, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate how important I think it would be is if the MAC could still continue during this interim period. And Carrie, thank you so much for laying out the timeline, and it just seems very, very long. The monument is, it's a huge parcel, and one of the challenges is it's just so diverse. And I think what you're hearing from us on the MAC committee is just how passionate we are about these lands, and our history with it, and our knowledge, and just how much we want to participate and make certain that the implementation doesn't miss anything. I think the MAC was really valuable in putting the RMD together. The input that we provided on the dispersed camping and access to those rocks was extremely valuable, and I think in preserving the monument as we all want it to go forward. So I'd really like for you to, if there's anything that can be done for us to continue during this period, I'd just like to voice how important I think it would be. And then second of all, Bree, if there's any, I mean, if that does not go along in the way that we would like, is there any way that just as individuals that we can meet with you, Bree, and put up kind of something informal during this next year so that we can participate? It's really important to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Tracy.
This is just something, as we've learned to put 2 dates on the calendar into the Federal Register. Travis has put that in already for February and May. I don't know if that request is specific to the old MAC or the new MAC, but can we say by May push Travis and BLM, we take dates that we've historically used in the past? Can we be advance putting in, because that's another 90 days. So if we are formed by next September, we'll have to have elections, who's chair, vice chair, we'll have to figure out quickly when the dates would be, but then it would be another 90 days window for that Federal Register. So can we push the system? That's a minor question.
Those meetings are not on the books. They're the dates for that you were just referring to, because the committee's not going to be chartered by then, and our regulations prevent us from holding meetings without a charter. And we know as of today, the charters this afternoon, the charter will be expired. So those meetings are unfortunately not on the books. And the BLM, when the committee's not chartered, the BLM is not allowed to invest money and staff time in something that's not on the books. Now, nothing prevents you all from, meeting at your local library and discussing issues. You just wouldn't be doing it in the name of the MAC, unfortunately.
Right.
But we cannot, the BLM cannot facilitate MAC meetings until the charter is stood back up, unfortunately.
Yeah, so once the charter's back up, but we don't have the applicants decided, can we put in for meetings? That, I guess, can we jump the gun, even just guessing on dates?
Could you plan a meeting before members are appointed?
Yes, that's the question.
Nothing lost, nothing gained. I would try it, but that means that they couldn't poll you. Just because you applied doesn't necessarily mean you'll be appointed. That means that BLM would have to determine dates based on what works best for the BLM without input from any potential members. So that's also a risk about everybody's availability. So what would you all rather see happen? Would you rather see a meeting planned that you might not be able to attend, or would you rather the BLM wait and coordinate with everybody's schedule once members are appointed? What do you all think would work best?
Right. Well, we have learned that we can always cancel a meeting. And so you've answered my question. If we have an understanding we want to push things, we could request meetings before we know who's on the MAC. Thank you.
Well, Steve, yes. Steve,
So,
Travis.
Sorry, Carrie. Travis, I was going to do this anyway. I wanted to wrap up this section, but Tom did say during this section he wanted, well, he has his hand up, but also wanted us to circle back for a motion.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. If it's okay, I'm going to share my screen because there's some wordsmithing that I want to allow MAC members to do. Hopefully not a lot, if any, but I've drafted something that basically asks the BLM for continuity. And I agree with the statement that Jamie made, and I believe it was Sam who echoed it, saying, we as a MAC have fallen into the habit of being too informal and not making enough of a formal request. And so I'd like to make this a more formal request. So I will share that document. And Jamie, I might have you manage any comments on this, because once I start sharing the screen, I will lose my nice, lovely gallery view of most of the Zoom call.
Okay.
I will say, as I share this, that to my knowledge, we still have a charter. And so we can do stuff today. And I have yet to see anything that disbands the MAC. I've seen nothing in writing, nothing in documentation that says the MAC is being disbanded, that the charter is being terminated, and that, you know, everything I've seen says we're still valid through 2025. I understand when a new charter is in place for a new MAC, this probably has to go away, but no one has ever explained to me, and maybe Carrie has the answer, as to why today is a magic day for our charter to evaporate and it can't go on. So with that in mind, here are the words I'm proposing that the MAC vote to adopt. And I'll let everyone take the time to read it. I'm more than happy to answer questions about it. I'm assuming everyone can see it. If they can't, let me know, just yell. There's nobody joining by phone at the moment that I can see, so I think everyone should be able to see it.
Suppose everyone had a chance to read it. Oh, Tracy's shaking her head no.
While I was reading, I will say there's nothing I intended to write here that says a new MAC is a bad idea. I like the rationale for it. I think that the long-term engagement with the community is really important. It's the continuity that I'm trying to focus on here.
So does anyone have any questions or comments on this? Ruth.
I'd expand the first sentence to read trust between the BLM and the local community and the public at large. Because this is a national monument, so I'd expand it to include beyond the local community. But I like the local community. I'd leave local community and add and the public at large, or the general public, something like that, to include off-island citizens, basically.
Thank you, Ruth. I think that's a good addition. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Reeve, if you don't mind, when you were saying as far as you haven't seen anything in writing as far as the MAC, our regulations cite that charters are good for 2 years from the date they are filed. The previous charter was filed December 7th, 2021. And it says that a committee can't take any action unless they have a valid charter. If you would like, I'm happy to provide you it. What I'm citing is the regulations are 43 CFR 1784. I can't cite you the line item off the top of my head where it says that charters are good from the 2 years, from 2 years from the filing date, and that committees can't take action unless they are operating under a valid charter. But so that is why there is nothing specific in writing about the MAC, because we already have the general regulations that we have to uphold. And now you're more than welcome to make this recommendation, but I can tell you there's not a legal way to do this. The MAC can't continue without a valid charter.
I would like to, I don't see any other hands up, but I'd like to have it on the record that this is our intention. And because if we don't vote on something like this, it's not on the record. And it should be on the record as our advice to the BLM.
Well, and hopefully all this conversation has also been captured in the minutes so that we have a record that's also available to the public.
Right. So if there are no more comments or questions, Tom, is this the motion that you're making for a vote?
Yeah, I would move that the MAC adopt the text that's on the screen, which I will forward to whoever BLM chooses I forward it to, as a request to BLM and the secretary.
I believe in the rules that it goes to our district manager to be forwarded to the secretary.
That's correct.
On this. Do I have somebody who would second the motion?
I second it.
Okay. And since we have so many people on the call, I will do the vote the same way I did on the minutes. Is anyone opposed to approving this motion? Raise your hand so I can know who it is. Okay, seeing none, motion carries 12-0 to advance this to the secretary. Thank you, Tom. Now we're going to move on to the status reports with Bree and Owen on the monument staff.
And Jamie, should we take a short 5-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break. Well, we'll take maybe a 7-minute break. Anyway, we'll come back at 10:45.
Real quick, I wanted to ask you guys, I was going to jump off. Would you guys like me to come back on during the public comment period, or is there any other portion of this meeting that you all feel like my presence would be beneficial?
I personally, I would think coming back on for the public comment would be beneficial.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you. And thanks
No
for participating.
No problem. I will see you all in a little while, my friends.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll reconvene at 10:45. Hey, are we back? Hey, Travis gave me the thumbs up. Okay, we'll move on to our status reports with Bree and Owen. Be interesting, particularly where we come to the safety and the recent incident, hunting incident that's happened. So go ahead, Bree.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks for all your work and for hanging in there with us on this. I know these are some heavy subjects, and I think that, you know, hold on just a second. My computer is trying to restart. Let me just cancel that. Hopefully it'll postpone. Yes, so, okay. I think, as many of you know, I had a career in law enforcement before I came here to the National Monument, and yeah, so before I was in planning, I did a land management law enforcement for 15 years, starting in the National Park Service, and then working for the BLM in that capacity, and you know, I did a lot of different things, you know, working in Yellowstone and in other national parks. I was involved in a lot of accidents and fatalities. And, you know, then when I moved into the Bureau of Land Management, I worked at one of the most dangerous river sites, you know, that I've ever heard of, the Kern River and the Kern Canyon in California, where you know, we counted the drownings there on our BLM lands in dozens per year, and you know, I can still feel each one of those incidents deeply. And you know, certainly struggle with some of the trauma of even the most mundane parts of those things, like remembering, you know, the things that people were wearing when bad things happened, or, you know, these things are very visceral to me, and this current incident is no different. You know, I think we all feel it very deeply, and I think this, especially being a small and very tight-knit community, it's especially hard. And so on a personal level, I do want to acknowledge that this is a deep tragedy, and we all feel it. I am certainly available, you know, to talk about this with anyone, you know, on a human level. I think it's important that we do talk about these things, and I you know, encourage everyone to take care of their mental health. And you know, be aware that even if you're far removed from something, it can still have a deep impact. And so I do want to just remind everyone that, you know, we do need to take care of ourselves, take care of each other, and you know, I think we're still working through this, and so I have prepared some pretty formal written remarks, which is unusual for me, but this is kind of hard to wrap my head around. So I want to make sure I get some information out to you. I want to make sure that we do acknowledge this, but I also want to proceed carefully, and, you know, make sure that I don't unintentionally do anything to make anything worse, or you know, limit options or create any misunderstandings. So, you know, we do understand that there's a lot of questions about the recent shooting incident that happened on Lopez. And, you know, Owen and I and Steve and the rest of the team are keenly aware of the community's concerns. We're carefully considering our next steps, you know, and we're working closely with the land bank and our other land management partners as we talk about these issues, and we're working with the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. You know, I am I'm very thankful for our current Sheriff Eric, who has engaged with me on a personal level on this, and I think it is encouraging to think to know that the sheriff's office and the BLM locally here have a great relationship, and we'll be able to work together very effectively. We don't have any new information to share right now. I think as Tracy emailed me last night, we're all talking to the sheriff, and he's being as responsive as he can, but the investigation is still open, and we're deferring all questions on the facts and the surrounding incident to the sheriff's department. But in the meantime, we have heard that there may be some questions about exactly what the BLM allows in Chadwick Hell, and so hopefully we're going to respond to that, and we've started to. We've put up some new, or Owen has put up some new temporary signage at trailheads, including posting some areas where hunting is not allowed, and some information to clarify what is allowed concerning hunting, and to share some basic practical safety info for our land users. These are temporary signs, and we'll have deeper discussions with you all and internally and intra-agency on how we manage for the long term once we examine all the facts. So far, I've heard that there is some confusion about how state and local regulations are enforceable on public lands. And so I do want to clarify that hunting is allowed on the BLM lands in the national monument. And these are pretty much lands on Lopez and Stewart Islands, and they both have opportunities that draw hunters, specifically, especially during deer season. Also, I think there's been a lot of confusion about this, but there are still some U.S. Coast Guard lands at both Harrisburg Point and Point Colville, where hunting is not allowed by U.S. Coast Guard policy. I talked to them and confirmed this in person with their planners, and so we hope to be providing some signage that will clarify those areas and what is Coast Guard and what is BLM. Hopefully that will help increase awareness of where hunting is allowed, and potentially, at least in the short term, provide some opportunities during hunting season for other users to go where hunting is not allowed. The state does manage the hunting and the associated regulations, and has the full authority to enforce those regulations on all BLM lands in the monument. The BLM has proprietary jurisdiction on our lands. This means that we have authority to make specific rules and regulations related to the management of our property, but state and local regulations can be enforced by the appropriate state and local authorities as well. So, for example, state regulation that restricts hunting with modern rifles in the San Juan Islands does include all BLM lands. Rifles are banned regardless of whether the animal being hunted is game or non-game species. I think the state regulation is pretty clear on that, and that can be enforced, and does have that does impact BLM lands the same way it would impact any other place that folks are hunting. So I think something that has been expressed to me multiple times is the confusion around when hunting seasons might be. I think being aware of when the local hunting seasons are is something that can be very helpful to making those personal determinations about, where you would like to recreate and when, and it's confusing. It's always confusing. In California, I was cross-delegated with local authority and enforced state fishing game regulations there to some extent, and worked closely with fish and game officers. And good Lord, keeping track of this stuff is difficult, even when you're doing it as a full-time job. And so I've been digging around for the easiest resources that I could find that I thought would be useful for you all. And I found this map service off the WDFW website. It's called the Geodata Services Hunt Planner. And basically what you can do is you can click on a map, and then it brings up a menu of all of the different hunting seasons that you can then toggle open and close, and look at every open hunting season for a specific area. Paste that in the chat here, but it's really easy to find if you just go to Washington State Hunt Planner map, on your search engine. You'll bring that up, and it's a super useful tool that I found was much easier than combing through all of the regulations, and it does have good links to the overseeing regulations, and it's very easy to navigate. So I do encourage anyone with questions or suggestions to check out that Fish and Game website. We also have some information on how we manage hunting on our BLM hunting website. If you just go to blm.gov hunting, or just search for BLM hunting in your search engine, you bring up that information. So, if you have any questions, or just want to chat about this on any level, always feel free to reach out to me by email or phone. I've pasted my info here in the chat. You can find it on the BLM Salmon Island National Monument website as well. Additionally, I will also be at the library on Lopez Thursday, December 21st from 4:30 to 6. I put notification in that in the local Lopez Rocks community site, and I'll be doing some more outreach here in early next week about that. And that will be the first of hopefully many sessions. So if you can't make that, don't worry. Also, I think this kind of connects with all of the other things that we've been talking about, with the MAC, and continuing to have dialogue and input from the community on the monuments management. Owen and I are always here. It's a big part of our job to talk to you and listen to you, and work with the community on all levels, from individuals to recreation interest groups, to nonprofit organizations, to our state and local, state, and federal land management partners and others. So that's not something that we take lightly. And so pivoting a little bit from this, that also those opportunities for input into any implementation planning that we do will be there. We will have public meetings on any environmental assessment or major planning effort, and a lot of just small things too. There's things that we generally do on a daily basis without checking with folks in organized open forums. But even when Owen and I are thinking about, even temporary signage, we're talking to folks, we're getting feedback from folks. Folks are asking us from the community to do things, and we're responding to that. If someone sees something out there that they think could be improved or changed for the better, we're always here, and we love the help. We love to take the suggestions, because I think, I know that Owen and I believe that it's through these collaborations that we really get to to the heart of what the monument is. You know, its purpose and the intention that we have in managing it is to do so collectively.
We got a couple questions.
Yeah. Rick, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, for those people that are unaware of the incident that happened or that are saturated with the rumors that are out there, could you tell what had happened exactly?
Yeah. So the general facts are that was about 3 weeks ago during hunting season, there was a call for assistance that was generated through the San Juan Island 911, and the initial report were that there were some shots fired and that there was a call for help. And I know that there was a response from other hunters in the area, and very soon there was sheriff's and EMS personnel on site, and they found the victim of a gunshot wound in the woods within the BLM lands there. And they called in air resources, and they did everything they could for this person, and unfortunately they were unable to save them, and that person did die. The sheriff's department, in cooperation and coordination with a few other county and state agencies, has initiated the investigation on that, and they are in the process of finalizing the local investigation, but are still waiting on reports from their partners to finalize the investigation and close it out. I do know that the preliminary conversations that I have had with the sheriff say that that the accident did happen during legal hunting hours and with weapons that were permitted to be used within the area. And that's about all I have that are hard facts that have been released to the public at this point. And we're like everybody else. Well, all the rest of the interested and connected parties here are waiting for some answers with bated breath.
Tracy.
Thanks, Bree. And the question we've had, and we've discussed it in the MAC since the second deer tag was allowed 3 summers ago, and that was open August 1st to December 31st, and hunters could hunt for their second deer before they even had their first deer. And I believe that was a lottery, and not to get into too many details, the main, and then 2 summers ago, it was August 1st as well. We did not know about it. The BLM did not know about it until we had to post on trailheads August 1st, there's hunters potentially out here. This year, it was September 1st for the second deer tag. And it's still confusing to me. During that second deer season that runs from this year, September 1st to December 31st, can any weapon be used that's a modern firearm, or does that have to, how do the regulations from bow hunting to muzzle to rifle play into that second deer tag?
Ruth, I'm guessing you might be able to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you. You can never hunt with a rifle in the San Juan Islands. It's firearm restricted. So it's immaterial whether you're hunting with a general season tag or a second tag. The second tag permit system has been in place for at least a decade. And it's a permit only system. So every year the state allocates X number of permits. They're issued by lottery. They typically, on Lopez, the permits are usually spoken for. Some islands, there are more permits out than there are hunters interested in using them. But typically, the number of people who actually report that they hunt with a second tag is pretty low. You can use your second tag during the general season as well as in the late season, which is that September to December period. But in answer to your question, Tracy, about firearms, you can never hunt with a rifle in the sandlots.
Thank you,
Right,
Ruth.
but if it's bow season, for normal hunters, can a second tag deer use a legal firearm at that time, or does it have to be bow, or do they? That part I don't understand.
Okay.
So I use the wrong terminology. So do we say shotgun as the modern firearm?
Modern firearm season in the island is shotgun, and you can use either lead shot or a lead slug or a center fire pistol. The tags are issued by weapon type. There's also a muzzle loader system, which is a primitive weapon. So you apply by the weapon type, and I'd have to look at the regs to make sure they haven't changed. I'll do that real quickly. But I think you can only use your second tag during the season that's allotted for that weapon type. But let me look it up real quick.
Right, then that doesn't make sense how you could have August 1st when it's not within the season. But thanks, Ruth. That is a question that we get asked.
That is by the state and not really by the BLM part. But thank you.
Yeah, these are state regulations. The other thing that I researched a while back when this question of, I had always thought that landowners, they cannot craft hunting seasons or hunting methods. That's by state law, that's given to the Department of Fish and Wildlife only. I had always thought landowners could get around it by controlling access, which the land bank is an example of that, where they authorize hunting in some of their properties, but they control how many people and when. BLM is an exception to that, and that goes back to, and by the way, this is how it was explained to me by one of our DFW's experts on federal law along with state laws. When the monument system was created for BLM, there was an agreement that hunting could continue on BLM lands, unlike the Park Service, for example, where hunting is not permitted. And that means that BLM cannot designate their properties strictly for no hunting. But an interesting question is, and I'm pretty sure BLM might be able to issue a permit system where they control the number of people, but that would be something BLM would have to look into and verify. I'm not sure about that. But one thing BLM can't do is eliminate hunting from the monument. So just be aware of that.
You have a question?
Yeah, this is probably a question for both Bree and Ruth, and I don't know that we want to act on it till after we hear public comment, because this will probably come up in public comment as well about hunting. But from what I've heard anecdotally, it was a fairly unsafe hunting situation that day. I mean, demonstrably unsafe, obviously, and sadly. But I'm wondering if there's something DFW, the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, could do to help improve safety. And if so, would it be helpful if the MAC, as a group of individuals who care about this land and the safety and of the recreational users thereof, sent a note to DFW, not as an official MAC action, but as a set of concerned citizens? And so, is there something DFW could do, and can we help make sure that they're doing whatever is necessary to keep this safe? And I guess a secondary question to Bree and to Ruth is, does the monument's inability to restrict hunting also include public safety issues, or can we take actions based on public safety that may disagree with state hunting requirements?
So the systems that are in place for safety are for people hunting with modern firearms. You have to wear hunter orange, and there's a size requirement. So, you just can't have a piece of orange flagging on your backpack. You have to have a visible amount of hunter orange. The firearm restriction is due to safety concerns. A slug or a load of shot cannot travel as far as a bullet from a rifle. So that's why rifles are not allowed. Anybody born after 1972 has to take a hunter safety course. And there's a really good hunter safety instructor on Lopez. So those are the systems that are in place now. I don't know what all else DFW could do other than putting more enforcement people on the ground during hunting season, which is a challenge because of staffing, as it is for everybody. I think in the long run, it's worth looking into the idea of restricting how many people on any given day are allowed to hunt in the monument. And we'd have to check with DFW about how possible that is. Off the top of my head, I honestly don't know anymore. But that's the, reducing the number of people out there at any one time is probably the next step to explore. And I just don't know whether it's possible or not, but I know who to ask.
Bree, did you have a response to that, of what the BLM could do or not do?
Yeah. So I think between the county, the state, and the BLM, there are a lot of management options, potential things that we can pursue. Whether or not we will, it's still too early to say. And but it's definitely something that Steve and I have chatted about and that we're thinking about, and we're considering all of our options right now, and we are in the process of exploring not only internally but with our partners, a way forward. And there's lots of ways forward, but I don't want to get ahead of anything, and like I said, I don't want to unintentionally make anything worse. And I certainly want to make sure that I'm approaching this, from a very very solid and pragmatic viewpoint. You know, I don't want to confuse, you know, my confirmation bias with any potential reality or fact. And I do want to proceed very carefully on this. So I hope that we, you know, on all levels will continue to talk about this. And I encourage you all to stay engaged with us as we move forward. You know, I think, you know, hopefully by next week, we'll know more from the sheriff's office. And, you know, Owen and I have done some initial explorations and talking about, you know, site conditions and terrain issues and visitor use. We certainly have tools to manage all aspects of those things through our step down planning, our implementation planning within the RMP. We've called for these specific ramps, they're called recreation area management plans, that will be more granular than the RMP in talking about how we manage each specific area. And we have a lot of things that we can do in response to site conditions there. So yeah, and Sam, I do want to get to you. I think, yeah, we should probably start moving on from this because we have work behind.
Right. Go ahead, Sam. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Sam?
I am here. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a real push-pull with, you know, restricting hunting access, but there being a real overpopulation problem with the deer out there. So it's kind of hard to know which way to go. I will say that you know, some of the tribes recommended that the monument lands be closed for public hunting and open to tribal hunting. That was one of the options that a lot of tribes were in favor of, which might not sit well with all the islanders, but it would serve to reduce the number of hunters and possibly have hunters that have more oversight over them. And you know, so that's one option to just think about. You know, another thing is that certain species you have to get additional licenses or pass additional tests. There's a lot of areas out there that require special permission permits to access the lands. Seems like something like that could be set up for monument lands, being a special area hunting that could be set up. So just wanted to throw those two ideas out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Sam. So Bree, why don't we move on? And we'll probably hear more about this in public comment.
Okay. So I'm gonna slam through grants and the volunteer program update here real quick, Owen, and then I'll have you do a quick overview of the discussion we had from the last MAC. And then I think what we'll do, I think we've talked about maximizing MAC impacts on the monument, and I think it was said very nicely today already. You know, we really want to get the MAC into a position where you're providing actionable recommendations, and we really value all of the brain trust that is represented here today, and it's a hugely important and respected part of our management that we all really rely on. And so we want that to continue, and we want to have conversations how we can make it as productive as possible. So that's that. Grants. On grants.gov, there are a whole bunch of things that are out there right now that are open grants from BLM, Oregon and Washington specifically, including a notice of funding opportunity that the San Juan Islands National Monument has a specific project in for Youth Corps, and we're really looking for tribal Youth Corps engagements here, and engaged, you know, with some folks on that already. But there's a whole bunch of other grants that are within BLM that talk to a lot of the things that we're managing in here that are great opportunities for our partners. And then there's BLM national level grants too that may have a bit more of a competition pool, but are also worthy of applying for. for any agencies out there. And so if anybody has any questions about that, I would love to engage more with you. I can show you how grants.gov works and how to search for these things. It's not intuitive, and it does require that organizations have capacity to manage grants. They have an entity name, they have a sam.gov account, they have an ASAP account, and they're able to follow through and do closeout and things with us, which is the problem we're having with our active grants right now, is we're not getting any of the closeout documentation or follow-up that we need. And so it's not working, and we need to figure out a solution to that. I think having a pass-through, like a local, I think I've talked about this before, but maybe it would be helpful if we could have a pass-through organization that could then do less stringent, sub-grant making. So we need to explore those things. Volunteering is still very strong. We're going to talk about this a little bit more later on. We have great engagement with almost 2,000 hours of volunteer time. Owen is doing a fantastic job with working on bringing pretty much was a non-compliant program back into compliance and making sure that we are protecting all of our volunteers, who in many ways we do treat as employees. They carry a lot of the same responsibilities and protections that we do, and there's requirements, to actually being a BLM volunteer, and Owen is doing a fantastic job on getting us all speed on that. And so with that, Owen, I will turn it over to you to talk about the MAC survey results.
Great. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen so you can see my slides. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about interpretive planning, looking at some interpretive education over the next year and going forward. We have some guidance in the RMP, as I'm sure a lot of you know, since you were heavily involved in developing that. The three main things, the three specific pieces of guidance about interpretation and educational programming that come out of the RMP are the vision statement, top bullet point here, which was developed by the MAC. We also have some specific guidance about signage, what type of signs and where they can be installed at each recreation area that we manage. And then also some specific guidance about consulting with our tribal partners in terms of development of interpretive materials. So that's our three kind of big guiding goalposts here. That's what we're starting with. Also within the RMP, we have a list of interpretive topics that was developed. There are 8 listed here. As I see it, they fit broadly into these 3 buckets, where we have 4 addressing Indigenous people's presence on the landscape. We have 3 addressing settler people's presence on the landscape, and we have 2 about the landscape itself. Obviously, there's a lot of crossover between these different topics, and you could fit a lot of things into a lot of those categories. But as I see it, this is kind of our next set of 3 guiding goalposts that we're working with here. So starting with this, back in October, I sent around a survey to the MAC members to say, like, this is what's in the RMP. These are the topics we're looking at. Let's talk about how we're going to prioritize these topics and also the interpretive projects that we're looking at. The first big result to come back out of that was this pie chart here, showing us that there's a strong preference for what we call non-personal services. So in interpretation, you can categorize interpretive services a couple different ways, but a big one is personal versus non-personal. Personal services are your guided walks, your guided hikes, field trips, educational programs, that kind of thing. Non-personal services are stuff that's there regardless of whether or not I'm standing there to talk to somebody. So that's our signs, our brochures, our website, social media, that kind of stuff. So there's a strong preference for these non-personal services, which I think is really smart. And it's a good reflection of the staff capabilities that we have, as well as the fact that our land is spread out all over the place and it is logistically kind of challenging to get around. So I think it's smart that we are inclined to focus on these non-personal services. Next up, a little bit of prioritization of projects. This reflects basically that same thing. So our first 3, website was a strong number 1, sites on sign and signs on site, and our kiosks that we have out there, looking at some new maps, getting some new information on those, keeping them up to date, working on a monument brochure that we can share with partner organizations, something to have on the table when we're at things like the county fair. And then we get down here into some of these more personal services. So I think people would like to see more events and ranger-led programs, guided hikes, that kind of thing, expanding our volunteer opportunities, working on that. Similarly, looking at some citizen science options, and then getting into outreach to schools. All of these are important, of course, but this gives us kind of a rough framework of what the MAC thinks, how the MAC thinks we should prioritize attacking some of this stuff. Looking at topics, ranking of the topic priorities. There's not a whole lot of difference here across the different ones, but plants and wildlife, biodiversity came in top, and then Coast Salish tribes, history and the landscape. And then we've got 3 that are exactly the same ranking wise, which is the cultural and historic context of the landscape, contemporary importance of the landscape to our Coast Salish tribes, and environmental sciences. And then a couple of others here, maritime heritage coming in down at the bottom. Again, all of these are important, but this gives us a little bit of a guideline on how to prioritize and what we should start with. We also had some open-ended commentary. Interestingly enough, the role of hunting and hunting policies was mentioned more than once in terms of what people would like to see more interpretation about. Human-wildlife interactions and conflicts that come from that. And then some discussion about trails, social trails, and how do we ensure that people's use of the landscape isn't harming the landscape. In terms of prioritizing our audience, there are a few different options there. Everyone, of course, we need to talk to everybody, but that's not the most useful when it comes to prioritizing how we're going to address things, what angles we're going to come from when we're talking to people. So the other big one that came out that I think is helpful is that the MAC, through this survey, recommended that we focus on doing interpretation and education for people who are visiting the islands as opposed to island residents. Again, as with every slide, all of it's important, every audience is important, but that I think gives me a good sense as a newcomer to this area of where you all see that we need to do a little bit more work, and that is with our visitors to the islands from other communities. Looking at our next steps, we got some policy stuff to look at. I've mostly done that. There's not a lot of real specific guidance that I've been able to find, but there are a lot of really good examples out there of what interpretive plan documents can look like. We're going to continue with our tribal consultation on this front, probably repeat this polling with some of our tribal partners to see if we get differences, significant differences in these prioritizations. We're going to look at that list of topics and develop them out into interpretive themes, look at our goals for visitor experiences in the monument and how we're going to assess those in general and in terms of how our interpretation is affecting that, and then look specifically at planning a couple of events for this next calendar year. If anybody's got questions, there we go, about any of that, you can let me know now or later or whatever you like.
This is a quick question, Owen. So does this help you start to prioritize some of these things? I mean, there's a million of them otherwise.
Yeah, I think, I come from an interpretation and education background, so I am pretty excited to get started on this project. And for me personally, I tend to be a pretty big picture thinker, and it can be hard for me to get to like the detail level. So this is really helpful for me in terms of saying, like, which section should I start with? Do we need to be looking at planning as many ranger programs as possible, or do we need to like write some copy for the website and run it through our PAO, right? So for me, it's been a big help just in terms of thinking about what do you all think we need to be focusing on, and where should we start with this huge project of interpretive planning?
Great, thank you. So if there's no questions or comments on this part, we can go on to the next topic, Bree.
Great. Then I think I'm finished for now, and I'll turn it over to Rich for our cultural resources and program status reports.
Okay.
Hello, thanks, Bree. On the cultural resources update, I'll start with the NAGPRA reinterment plans. Again, NAGPRA is Native American Graves Protection Act, Repatriation Act. This pertains to human remains that have been discovered on public lands. We have currently received signed documents for plans of action and transfer of custody of remains for the inadvertent discovery we had on BLM lands in September of 2022. So we're ready to transfer the remains to the tribes, the claimant tribes, for preparation for reburial. We'll probably do reburial late winter, early spring when weather conditions are favorable for reinterment. We'll also be working on completing transfer of custody for other remains that have been discovered on eroded beaches that are now in the custody of the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation labs. So we'll be going through the NAGPRA process on those as well to transfer custody back to the tribes and to rebury those remains near an existing reburial site. So we're working actively on those. Site monitoring will be conducted again around the same time in early spring. Sensitive cultural sites will be monitored, and burial sites will be maintained by adding soil and seeds where current revegetation has not become fully established yet, or where we see erosion or new erosion in those areas. So we'll be working on that again starting in early spring. We've also started some cultural resource management planning, which is a priority for the tribal coordination group, that we start looking at developing some of those plans. These plans are part of the implementation plans identified in the approved RMP. These would include things such as addressing needs for additional cultural inventories, types of inventories, monitoring or cultural resource protection, restoration, and stabilization activities. For instance, if we see during our monitoring there are impacts to sites, we would develop some kind of plan or recommendations for actions at those locations. We already have baseline archaeological information that was conducted between 2018 and 2022. So we have a good inventory of what archaeological sites and historic sites are out there, and that includes both archaeology and historic properties such as the lighthouses. BLM will be developing a site monitoring plan in consultation with the tribes and SHPO. We will develop a schedule for which sites are monitored and the frequency of monitoring. And we'll be working with the Cultural Resource Coordination Group as well on those recommendations and developing that plan, again, for site monitoring. We'll also be working with tribes to identify traditional cultural places and landscapes and sacred sites that may require special management. So we'll be in consultation with the tribes to identify those properties and again, develop what special management needs they may have. Treatment plans would be developed where cultural sites, or including lighthouses, where stabilization and restoration activities may be needed. So we would be developing those treatment plans again in consultation with the SHPO and tribes. And for the lighthouses, we would also be coordinating with our friends groups, Keepers of the Pecos Light and Turnpoint Lighthouse Preservation Society on those particular types of activities. Are there any questions on those cultural resource updates?
Tracy.
It is not a question, but Rich, through the years I've been on the MAC, I've really appreciated everything you've been involved with and your reports and getting to know you. And if we are not able to meet for another year, I know that you are looking at your retirement ahead, but it sure would be great if you are making trips out here this spring for some of this work. Let us know. We'd love to share coffee again, but best wishes for you if we don't see you here at a MAC meeting while you're still in your position. So thanks for everything.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for the kind words. And yes, I will definitely let you know when I'll be on the ground there again soon. And it will probably be early spring, late winter, unless something else brings me over sooner, but I will definitely be reaching out to you.
So there's Shirley has made a comment in the chat is, do you have a list of the members of this tribal group? Which I'm not sure if you mean the Lummi or some other tribal group, Shirley, but.
the particular tribes are the 12 consulting tribes for the RMP. And I don't have a list right here in front of me, but they do include the Lummi, the Upper Skagit, the Swinomish, Stillaguamish, the Samish, Port Gamble, Sklallam, Lower Elwha, Sklallam tribe, Jamestown, Sklallam, Suquamish tribe, Snohomish tribe. I think I got most of those folks there, but it is the 12 consulting tribes for this RMP and for the monument.
Thank you. Shirley, do you have, I thought I saw you had unmuted yourself.
Oh, yeah, that answered the question. I'm just wondering if there's public meeting notes so we can see who is attending and commenting out of these 12 tribes.
There are not public meeting notes for this group. This is a closed group at the request of the tribes. They're concerned about keeping the information discussed among themselves closed due to the sensitivity of the discussions. But each of those 12 tribes are invited to the meetings, and the tribal representatives typically are the TIPOs, though they may include other staff as well. But typically they are the TIPOs, and an occasional chair of the business committee may attend as well.
Did that answer your question, Shirley?
Now that answers my question, but as a tribal member who is a part of this committee, how do we create relationships with these representatives if we don't know who they are?
And that, is a good question too, Shirley, and we'll be discussing that through the tribal forum update as well, because that will be one of the topics for the group in the tribal forum is how would they coordinate and interact with the MAC? And that's something that the group will be discussing and try to determine how they would best interact with the MAC and with the monument. So I will briefly kind of go into that summary next, if that's okay.
That'd be great.
Okay, great. So the RMP includes management direction for organizing a group for collecting management input from multiple tribal entities at once. This is defined in the RMP, the approved RMP. So BLM was working with the Collaborative Action and Dispute Resolution Program, or CATER, which Marcia Deschadden is now the lead of that group, to provide facilitators to assist with organizing the tribal forum. The group will discuss how the forum is organized, who will choose to participate, in other words, which tribes choose to participate in the forum, and how the group will interact with the MAC and the monument. So through the BLM's CATER office, a subcontractor was selected to facilitate this group. So the BLM was working with the facilitator to provide context for the forum, and the facilitator will begin to outreach to the tribal governments in the next month or so. BLM is initiating a consultation with tribes, identifying the facilitator and asking for representatives to work with the facilitator to help develop this tribal forum. As many of you know, we have been meeting for some time with the 12 groups, tribal groups, to determine what they would like to see in terms of a tribal forum. And so we're hoping the facilitation will help the tribes to work together to develop some of those relationships, for them to work as maybe a group on their own, perhaps even led by the tribes, or if they choose, led by the BLM, to help facilitate future meetings and decide what the priorities or objectives are for the group and how they will interact with BLM and with the MAC. And so those are all topics that will be under discussion as we begin the facilitation process with representatives of each of the 12 consulting tribes. So again, we're expecting that to be starting here in the coming weeks.
Any questions or comments? I think it'll be
I
interesting.
do have a comment, because in the manual, it does discuss, and I am looking at the new resource management plan that Bree just sent to us in comparison to the BLM manual that I found online. And I know there is a, just briefly reviewing at BLM manual 8140. I don't know if that's in the same one I was looking at the last time in regards to the federally recognized tribes with the capital T and the descendants of the tribe with the lowercase t. And these tribes with a capital T are intended to help protect and represent all of these descendants and people. However, that does not often happen. So then how do we advocate for those that hold inalienable inherent rights to have a voice in this discussion? Often knowledge is power, and we see that as we emulate the dominant structure. So how do we get the other voices involved? We don't even, and I think there should be places at the table for descendants inside of this group, not just the ones that have the controlled power and privilege, since the unsettling truth of the doctrine of discovery and manifest destiny.
Okay, thank you. I agree, Shirley. There should be other avenues for those who are descendants and not necessarily under the section of tribal government. But this is only one tool that we're using to get some of that information. And there may be opportunities for developing other organizations or groups as well. And I don't know right now what the membership of the tribal forum will be, because the tribal forum will be discussing that, who will be members and who will be admitted to those meetings and who will be invited to those meetings. And those are all topics for discussion by the group. And I think that brings a valid point, is that we want to make sure we have all voices. So thank you for your comment, Shirley. I don't have a great answer for you, but there are other ways for you to engage with BLM other than through one of these groups. These are just one of the groups that are being organized to help provide information to the BLM.
Just a quick comment to Rich, and then a question or a comment to Shirley. Maybe this isn't to Rich, maybe this is to Bree. This is one of the groups being organized, give input to the BLM. It would be very helpful if the MAC understood what that constellation of groups was, because we don't understand necessarily, we can't intuit who you're talking to. And so sometimes we may assume that you're not talking to an interest group. And sometimes we may be at odds with that interest group, even though our titular role on the map represents that interest group. It would just be very helpful for us to feel like we were aware of at least the ongoing long-term groups that are engaged here, so that we can feel more like we're part of an integrated effort rather than just an isolated group that only gets certain questions. My comment to Shirley is, as Rich said, there are other forums that people can participate in. One of those forums is obviously the MAC. My recollection is that the new charter for the MAC, those two positions for tribal members that are being proposed, were members of federally recognized tribes. I'll take your advice and any discussion from the MAC, Shirley, as to whether we should the MAC should recommend that those positions say something other than members of federally recognized tribes in order to really get all the voices you think are important at the table.
Well, it does say tribal interest, which is a conflict right off the bat, because I don't hold any government to government position when I took that role in the first place. And I didn't actually check that box for that position, but was given that position, and I did receive a letter of support from Lummi Nation to be able to serve as in that position. And sometimes that's not an easy thing to do, and especially an easy thing to try to represent all voices of all tribes. I do think that an invitation needs to be put out to a representative of the tribe. And even if you do get a representative in the tribe, maybe it's the cultural department that gets in there. They often don't report out to the council what is being told. So that really can have an impact if our council aren't understanding what's going on with these very important decisions. I feel like there needs to be opportunity for all the tribes to be involved, but I imagine that's going to develop once we get charter authorized again through our charter, and that steering group is activated. However, what I know in whether it be Northwest Indian College or whether it be University of Victoria or other bioregional academic institutes that we've been involved in, even if you have a Indigenous ethical review board or institutional review board, often those that are at the table are not even Indigenous, or they're not Indigenous to the place. And so then it makes it very vague when we don't even know who's showing up at the table for these meetings. Maybe nobody but one person is showing up at the table. Sometimes we have what I notice sorry to say, we could have a lot of people come to the table, but they're just table fillers, and then nothing changes. There's nothing that changes. So because of that, I hope that we will have people who are passionate about their homelands, passionate about their village sites. But once you get those people in there, because of this government to government relationship, often people get afraid. They don't want to misstep. They don't want to make waves. They don't want to ruffle people's feathers. So they only listen to the tribe with the capital T, and then often the tribal members' voices are dismissed, or often opportunities for tribal members to have a successful relationship with the departments of Interior, whether it be Bureau of Land Management, National Monument, or National Park Service. Those success stories are dismissed because of fear. And I think these are really complicated discussions of truth and healing, truth and reconciliation, truth and reconciliation that I hope the BLM will be willing to discuss. I get a little concerned when all of a sudden we're out. I'm attending, this is my second meeting that I'm attending here as wildlife and ecology, and then all of a sudden maybe I'm going to lose my position in this committee, and maybe I'll show up as a public interest representative. But my partner and I, Troy, sitting right here, Marcia knows very well that we volunteered so much time to come in here because we are passionate and we would like to have a voice in this discussion. And we want to continue to help bring in more of our community members to have an interest in this. And sometimes those people come from across the border, this imaginary border that we did not create. And then we are only told we're supposed to deal with those that are federally recognized, so we have all of these complexities that we have to deal with as Indigenous people, not just the root cause of trauma or the epigenetics or the historical trauma or the tears that are at the table when we bring in BLM and national parks into our tribe and they see the dissection of our homelands, and there are tears and anger at that table, but we continue to try to pursue that and to get people involved. So yes, I would like to see room for the 29 tribes, and I'd like to see room for the descendants, and for us all to have a voice, to be at the table and to be welcomed at this table. And I know it has not been an easy thing since we started from the beginning, but more voices need to be heard. And I guess we just continue to try to pursue that. But I get concerned that this BLM will only look to the tribes with a capital T, but just hopefully we can find that portion in the manual to remember the descendants.
Thank you, Shirley. I hear you. And I guess this is a question to Jamie perhaps, or to the group. Would people like to entertain a motion that we recommended to BLM that the charter of the new MAC be open to a broader definition of descendants rather than just members of federally recognized tribes? I appreciate the change from a tribal representative implying government to government to a member, because that is not someone who's representing the government of the tribe. That's someone who's representing the people of the tribe. But it seems like we have an opportunity to recommend to BLM that they try to open that up a little more to descendants of the native people of the islands, whether they be members of federally recognized tribes, descendants of other US groups, or descendants of First Nations who are now recognized in Canada. Should we talk about descendants of the indigenous people of this place rather than members of federally recognized tribes? And I'll lay that on the table.
Any comments or questions on that?
Tom, this is Tracy, and certainly this is the time now. If the changes could be made in our charter, this may be the one chance we have. And if Bree was able to get some wording changed in the last week, I would put this into a motion as well.
So Tom, could you, if you want to put that in a motion, or could you,
like,
you've got the idea there, but we need some work.
I've got the thought. I'll have to think on the wordsmithing just a bit. I'm interested in whether Sam has any thoughts on this too, because he's been active in the relationship with the tribes in the forum sense, but also active with just the Native youth in our community.
Sam, do you have a comment? Could you unmute yourself?
Sam may have stepped away.
Yeah.
Could I say something? I've had some thoughts about this. I did ask, we did explore, what level of language we wanted to include there. And, I've worked a lot with non-federally recognized tribes in my old position, and I had great engagement from individuals, that helped and advised and guided projects that we did in my last field office, and it was immensely rewarding. How to cultivate that engagement is something that I think would be something that I think we could potentially make some headway on organization to organization. Surely, and I think it's worth probably having a conversation about that. And it's certainly something that both Owen and I are very aware of. To our own intersectionalities, as how underrepresented voices are heard within dominant systems, and this is something that I think we've probably personally discussed, Owen and I, in the past, and trying to figure out, like, how do we bring in the most diverse voice. When I thought about the language for the charter, I guess I was thinking is like, incremental steps. One, is like we want to start raising up voices. And I don't think we can do it all at once. And or that the MAC is the end all of the place for it. And so it was something that I did consider. I just felt that I would get a little bit more buy-in from the establishment. I think if I used the language I did, and that it would also just be sort of more simple to kind of identify the qualifications of individuals, and also to start raising the voices of the groups that we already have ties with, and making those relationships more diverse. And I certainly view that as a starting point and not an end point. And I agree with everything you're saying. And I don't really have any strong opinions of whether you make a recommendation or not. But I guess I just wanted to sort of share a little bit of the process and what I had been thinking.
And Rich, you're involved in the tribal forum, as well as your broad background in relationships to the tribes. Am I barking up the wrong tree here, or is this something that might actually be listened to if we recommend this?
Hi, Tom. We do consult with non-federally recognized tribes as well in other areas. We just haven't been approached by a non-federally recognized tribe with regards to the San Juan Islands National Monument. Obviously, there are certain rights that a federally recognized tribe, particularly a treaty tribe, has that non-recognized tribes may not have. So nothing precludes us from consulting and working with non-federally recognized tribes. I don't want to comment specifically on your proposal. I think it broadens the representation potentially on this particular group, but there may be concerns from tribes as well when there's only 2 positions identified for tribes on the MAC. And those are things I think the MAC needs to consider.
Okay, Jamie, I think I'm ready to propose something. I'll point out that the 2 positions that I saw in the new charter were not for tribes, they were for members. And the forum, which is separate from the MAC, and as we've said repeatedly and was discussed by Rich today, we have to figure out how they work with the MAC. That represents governments, but this represents knowledge and interests. And I would propose that the MAC adopt language to the effect of, and I don't know who's taking notes here, it's Travis, Bree, somebody, that we recommend to the BLM that as they adopt a charter for a new Monument Advisory Committee, that they replace references to members of federally recognized tribes with reference to individuals who are descendant of the indigenous people with interests in the San Juan Islands, period. That sound viable, Jamie?
Yeah, I couldn't write fast enough to repeat it though, Tom.
I did write it down.
So you're making a motion to make that recommendation to the BLM?
Yes.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
It's moved by Tom and seconded by Amy. Any discussion or comments?
We have heard this request from our local community members on a recent hike with Owen this last fall. We heard this very specific idea presented by members of that hike.
Not seeing any other hands go up or any other conversation. I'll vote again by all those. Anyone opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none, motion is approved to forward that recommendation. Tom. You're muted, Tom.
A comment if we're done on the cultural issue, so I'll let you wrap up that first.
Okay. So anyway, is there anything else, Rich, on the tribal forum, or can we move on?
That's all I have, so thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna do a little time check here. Bree, I'm not sure on the volunteer coordination, how that's applicable now. When we put this together, we were in a different thought process. So I don't know. I know from our walkabout with Owen and just in the discussions from the last meeting, that trails, and as it came up earlier, of casual trails and etc. So I think we should move on to that portion so that we can get to public comment at 12:30. And Tom, are you ready? Your hand's up. So before Bree goes.
And this is a question to you, Jamie, as to where you want to get this into the agenda. I was thinking it went under the item maximizing MAC impacts on monument management, which I think we skipped. And I have a whole bunch of things that the MAC has in the past asked BLM to do. And in the interest of being more clear and documented in our requests, I'd love to make motions to formally recommend some of these things. Don't know when you want to do that. We could hold them all till after public comment. We could do them now. But I, as you said, and as Sam echoed earlier, I think there are a lot of things going on that the existing MAC or the new MAC needs to be kept aware of, as well as actions that the MAC has asked of BLM that I don't know the status of, and I would just love to get those documented.
Sounds good, but what I was thinking is, why don't we get into the discussion on the trailhead and trail destination impacts? And this is a discussion, so but appreciate any input from the MAC members, and so would Bree. And depending on time, we'll either do it in between or after public comment period. How's that? So let's start on the trails, Bree.
Okay, great. Brief concept on brief comment on the stewardship. Volunteering and networking. Just because we're not going to meet for a while as the MAC does not mean we can't get together as individuals, as community members. It doesn't mean you all can't get together. It doesn't mean you all can't write letters to me as groups or individuals. You all can do all kinds of things, and we together can partner on many different levels without BACA. And so I do want to just again say, like, we would love to engage with you all, Owen and I, and we're always here, and love to get out. And if you can give me an excuse to get out from behind this desk, I will love you. So don't hesitate. So yeah, I think this is meant to be kind of just an initial sort of exploration of the concerns that that you all have around impacts concerning the hiking and the trail locations, both their start point and their destination or end points, especially where we're seeing some areas of where we have some impacts. And so I guess there are definitely things that we want to monitor and may need to address, and certainly we'll address when we get around to our travel management planning. There's that is a project. I mean, regardless of whether we did quite a bit of work, which we did in the EIS for the RMP, we still have work to do, which would include scoping and public, participation through comment periods and such. And it is not a small project. Thankfully, we just hired a planner, and so we'll have some more resources to bring to this, and where it falls into our overall planning process, we don't know, but we are able to, in the interim, definitely take smaller, more localized management actions if necessary. So I guess we could start out this discussion maybe by getting some feedback from the MAC on concerns that you have, or certain areas that you think that we should consider talking about or working on exegetically. Tracy. Don't forget to unmute if you're.
Tracy, you ready?
Yeah. This goes back to the subcommittee idea. I think it's harder for us all to really think here on the spot about ideas of how to work on this problem, but that subcommittee idea, whether we can meet, Owen could put together a group like we did during the interim that we don't have a MAC to really address this. I think the hike that we had that wasn't a MAC affiliated hike, but we pulled from the Friends groups, Kiwat, we had Land Bank, we had different groups together, really shared some on the ground insight. And when you're at a site and can really see those impacts, we'll be much better able to speak to specifics.
Yeah, like not a MAC subcommittee, certainly, because but I think there's plenty of opportunity for community engagement where we can talk about how we manage trails. I have quite a bit of trail management experience in my past jobs, managing the Pacific Crest Trail and huge multi-use networks. And so I'd love to talk about trail work and trail maintenance and trail design and mitigation features. And I think it would be really cool to do something. We could do some, educational or interpretive talks where we could also go out and look at sites and talk about what we see and how we manage impacts and so forth.
Cindy. Cindy, you have your hand up.
No, excuse me, I had to unmute myself. As far as trails and just general access, the one area that I have a pretty strong concern about is the very top of Chadwick, and would like to see some sort of effort done there to protect the wildflowers and the lichen and the very fragile ecosystem there on top of the rock. Chadwick has some of the best public wildflowers that I've seen on Lopez, and they're very fragile. And use is general, just entirely over the entire top of Chadwick, so that's a concern.
Awesome. Yeah, I haven't spent as much time up there as I'd certainly like to, and sadly, it hasn't hardly been at wildflower season at all, so I'm gonna have to remedy that. Can
just
I
as
ask
okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, just as a point, they have a lot of very rare wildflowers up there as well. The red paintbrush, some of the parasitic flowers are in those rocks, and they're gorgeous and they're fragile. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, not at all. I was just wondering if maybe we could just continue to talk about this particular spot for a little bit. Maybe if I could solicit any other thoughts about this top of Chadwick specifically, or any particular ideas about how we should manage that, or what kind of visual impacts that we might want to allow there? Like, should we put up some split rail fencing, or should we try signage, or should we try relocating trails, or other things that I might not have even thought of?
If I could, if I may, I think one of the very first steps would be to do a survey of the wildflowers. Some of them are fairly ephemeral, so you need to catch them right at the right time. But to do some sort of a survey to see where the sensitive areas are at the top of Chadwick would be a good first step.
Awesome.
Thank you. Tom.
I'd like to propose to BLM a forum. During the early days of the resource management planning process, when we thought we were doing travel and transportation management plans in parallel to the RMP, the BLM conducted a number of public hearings on each of the major islands where we put out maps that allowed people to make their comments about trails and sites for protection or access that were relevant to that island. We kept all the maps out because people know multiple islands, but we focused on the ones that were locally popular. So on Lopez, for example, we had a meeting at Woodman Hall. We invited the general public, we meaning BLM in this case, invited the general public. They got good participation at a number of workstations. Each workstation had a map of an area, such as Chadwick, such as Iceberg. And people were encouraged to write all their notes about what they wanted in visitation opportunities and restrictions on that site on those notes. A lot of that was captured in early proposals in the RMP in terms of the recreation management areas. There were proposed trail systems, for example. That's all out of date. That needs to be revisited. And I would encourage BLM to have a series of public meetings. So instead of asking the few people in this room, virtual room, that know Chadwick, ask the population of Lopez Island, and secondarily other islands can comment about what they want to see on each of these sites, because that's how you get public engagement and public trust that BLM is listening and not being arbitrary. And we are not, we're not a good set of representatives there. We all have opinions, but there are a handful of Lopesians here, and we had several dozen Lopesians show up at that meeting.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I do want to say again that the MAC is a very important tool for us. It is a place that we're maybe a good place to start having these conversations. Those meetings were part of scoping for the EIS, and when we do an EA, we will also do scoping meetings. Scoping meetings are very important parts of our planning process, but we like to have some foundation, some starting place to start a conversation. And I think this is where the MAC's job is to think about your constituents, to think about these issues, to give us your perspectives, this information is valuable to us, but yes, it is only one piece of the overall puzzle.
I would say that you have a starting point in the output from those public meetings that were held some years back. And
I do have that info.
And we should use that as the primary basis for which to go back to the community. But we also don't have to do this regimented lockstep in the NEPA process. We can get that public comment tomorrow and it would be useful. It would be useful for interpretation. It would be useful in existing trail maintenance, and it'll be useful in proposing the recreation management area plans that you've referred to. But we don't have to wait to listen. I would encourage you to be out in the public on an ongoing basis, and this is a great opportunity to have public conversations. And you could roll this in with some of the things that we've talked about in the past about talking to the public and answering the public's questions about the RMP and what does it mean. that would be a great introduction to a deeper discussion about recreation on specific sites. So yes, I love that you're asking us, but I'd much rather you ask the broader community and work with us to design that interaction rather than to give you answers.
Amy Frost.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to second what Cindy had said about the top of Chadwick Hill. And I can think of a couple of other areas also, like out at Point Colville and at Iceberg, where there's sort of like the end of a trail onto a rocky-ish area where there's a viewpoint, and people just tend to walk all over those areas and don't necessarily have a lot of awareness of what they're impacting. So I'm curious if there are also surveys of plants. I'm sure I believe there is one for Iceberg. I'm not sure about Point Colville, about various plants that are in those areas that are being impacted, because I think anybody who's been out there over the past 5 years, let alone 15 years, has seen the impacts to vegetation in some of those areas where people just tend to disperse. And that's all.
So going with that, Bree, Amy brings up a very good point, because that came up during the hike also, is I don't know what the ideas are, but what do we do at the end of the trail to, maybe you have tools for that, but that's come up several times, is what do we do at the end of the trail to avoid people wandering and trampling? And I think a second part of that came up is where at the end of the trail, people do want to go somewhere and be able to sit. And so somehow to direct people to do that.
Those are great questions, Jamie. And yeah, the BLM has a lot of management tools. As I've looked through the RMP, I think I understand why the RMP became kind of specific in certain areas, because there was public concern, about how these areas were going to be managed, and we needed those question answers. But in some ways, it is a little bit unfortunate, because it locks us into management decisions that might not really, be what we would necessarily like to do. And that's why, in general, with RMPs, we like to have a very broad management document that provides a framework for. And for the most part, this does. And then we use our step-down planning to get into certain specific issues like this. And so this can definitely be a big part of our site-specific ramps. They fit exactly into what a ramp is. A recreation area management plan is how we're going to manage recreation and control impacts. Some of the tools that we have, and quite frankly, the most effective is hardscape, boardwalks, fences, those types of things. But in some areas of the monument, those are, for a various number of reasons, maybe not the choice that we really want to go with. So, I think outreach, interpretation, signage are things that we can do. Certainly making very thought out decisions about where we want the terminus of a trail to be is important. And also something else to consider is where do we want to allow impacts? We don't have to necessarily protect every blade of grass, right? When we build a trail, we're creating a corridor, and trails have all kinds of impacts. They fragment habitat. That can be a detriment to wildlife. They tend to create places where food is introduced that could attract wildlife, and so they definitely, trails themselves change a lot of wild behavior. They have erosion, vegetation, impacts as well. And those are all things that I think we need to consider in our step down planning. So I think we could do, all kinds of things monitoring and watching these impacts and figuring out like if we need to make quick management decisions or going, you know, or do this stuff in the ramps too is important. I think maybe we do need to do a little bit of outreach about how we do that, how we look at impacts, how we measure impacts, what the impacts actually are. Certainly we do have surveys and we know where our threatened and sensitive and endangered species are for the most part, but that doesn't mean we don't miss stuff and that conditions don't change. And so definitely continuous monitoring for both impacts and biodiversity is important. So I think those are things that come to my mind that we need to do.
Thanks. Rick?
Well, as you know, I'm also a trail monitor, so I hike these trails a lot. I've wondered about the Marsh Trail. That seems to be the most neglected trail when it comes to maintenance. I don't think it's been brushed for several years now as well. And there are a couple of small trees down still in that area. I also wonder, since in that area there was proposal, I guess, about bringing in some new trails from the Marsh Trail, wrapping around to the lower trail of Chadwick. I wondered if that's, being looked at. Is that on the books as far as being developed? I also wonder about the West Trail going up the face of Watmow. There was a dispute about property, and what's the status of that? Has that changed at all, or are we still just going on that land? I, like everyone else, have a concern about, protecting these lands. The visual pollution is one of the big things. We've attempted several times putting up signs like at the top of Chadwick, where it doesn't take long for whoever to come around and to destroy those signs, because they too have strong opinions about, visual pollution. So usually those type of signs are placed at the beginning of trailheads and try to make that message clear to those people who are using them. Any thoughts on any of that, Bree?
Yeah, I think I have heard some petitions from the LCTN and to change or expand trails, and that's definitely something that'll be part of that travel management planning process, where we make our travel management plan that will include public input. This is my personal opinion about that West Trail, and to make a decision, we still need to go through a process and talk to the community and figure out as a whole what to do. But I don't think that trail is very sustainable. And yes, it does have this problem of where it does go onto private property. And I've looked a little bit and I don't see any real good way to route it. I have had conversations with the landowner, and he's willing for the time being to let that stay, but it's definitely not something that he really wants in the long term. I think there's still conversations to be had there, but just that trail, it's steep. And I mean, I understand that it creates an important link and connection, and we definitely need to explore that. I don't know. It's just, it's problematic, especially if the use picks up on it. And so this is something that we're definitely going to have a lot more exploration and conversations about, and seeing if there's any viable potential improvements or reroutes, or overall what we should do there. I think our monument proclamation is pretty clear on what we need to be prioritizing, and so really, I think, well, at least I see a big part of my job is to make sure that we're looking through that lens of the proclamation and our decision and moving forward. And I don't think they're all going to be popular decisions, but we'll definitely be reaching out and trying to find the best and most consensus in the most productive way forward. But that's a hard one, that West Trail.
And that trail is a heavily used trail. I've seen young kids go up and down it, the families go up and down it, even people carrying babies going up and down that trail. So it's heavily used. It's a very popular trail to go from Watt Mile parking lot up to the top.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, Rick. Tracy.
All right, well, this segues into what Tom was talking about with the public forums, and I'll just state this quickly. We could circle back to this after public comments, but since the RMP was signed almost a year ago, end of January, the MAC has been suggesting and recommending that there be a public forum on Lopez and potentially the other islands about what is in that RMP. And this, we get so many questions, and we saw this through the land bank decision this fall about the Watmau Head edition, and how we had many public comments that were heard during that time that people did not understand what the RMP actually has. There were a lot of misconceptions. So I know, Bree, you and I have talked about that. That's not that easy to get a forum in that to discuss the RMP, but while we have Steve here online, we see that that could be extremely important as the MAC, old MAC, we disband today, that we look to doing that potentially at the same time we may do trail and travel, but just to let the Lopez public know, have it in the evening when people can actually attend. So that's my opinion before we close the MAC today.
So you have any final thoughts on the trails, Bree?
Thanks. No, just even this short conversation has been helpful. It's easy for us to think about these things, but I always feel like there's so much more that comes from all of you, and I really do appreciate the thoughts and advice, both here and individually. And we'll definitely be continuing to explore this. But like all of our implementation projects going forward, there's some practicalities and realities, and so I and Owen troubleshoot, and we advocate, and we are two people managing, a really complex place. So I do urge you to engage with us and talk to us, and think of us as fellow passionate stewards and advocates of the lands here and partners. And I don't know, I think we're going to try and take advantage of every opportunity we have for both funding and capacity to push our agenda here in the National Monument. We have a lot of support throughout both the state and the BLM in general, and we've got a lot of great ideas on things we want to implement, but it's all a workload. And we can have really frank discussions about those things. We would love to do everything, but we can't, and so we're going to pick the things that we can, but we really need to focus on the things that you all care about the most, and that we think are exigent, and as we build our momentum here. And I am really looking forward to when the MAC reconvenes, and I have a feeling that that will play a part in our strategizing about how we move forward with this implementation projects, and what we do right now and what we do after we get the MAC will be carefully considered. because we do want as much input as possible. And so, yeah, when I come to you all for input, I mean, that's what the new MAC is going to look like. That's what you all are here for, is to provide recommendations to us on the implementation projects that we are undertaking. It's a very specific ask. And it's something that I need your help with. We don't have the capacity to tackle everything, to every issue. And we really, as a group, as this specific group, I hope we can focus on those implementation projects and those priorities. And I want to be very frank and make sure everybody on the MAC understands that is a role that we need from you. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the time and the energy that you give us, and for this forum, and may it continue and get back up and running as soon as possible.
Thanks, Bree. So it's 12:30, and I want to honor, we've had a lot of people hang with us, and I imagine many of them want to do public comment. We will circle back with Tom, whether it's probably after public comment, because he said he had some motions to make for us to act on. For the public, or yes, for the public or any of the comment and open forum period, on our agenda it says 1:30 adjourn, but we can extend that. It's mainly particularly if there is a public comment going on. So with that, our first is comment from any tribal representative. I don't, or I'm just going to combine them, any tribal representative or tribal member.
Jamie, I just put in the comment section, a lot of our work with White Swan Environmental was guided by this presidential proclamation. That's what allowed us to be able to tell the story of the saltwater salmon people in the 100th Centennial National Park Service anniversary. It helped lead the way for the historical San Juan Island cultural easement, and it also helped us to be able to work towards our vision and mission that has a lot to do with these ancestral village sites, camps, reef net locations, and 13 Moon food sovereignty in the Salish Sea. So it led the way towards that with our, we co-founded a Washington State charter school called Whatcom Intergenerational High School that goes towards the mission and vision that you will see inside of our website. But I put it in the chat, some links if anybody wants to learn about it. And I also put a link for our next gathering. We did have a gathering this last August with some of the descendants of these village sites. The oldest one was 94 years old, from Papiawith and Leflinkwit, land near the San Juan Island County Land Bank that BLM has land near. And I hear also BLM held land over on Withayamong on John's Island. And my partner's uncle and auntie were born from there. And I don't think BLM has land over there on John's Island anymore, right, Bree? Or do you still have land over there?
I don't think so, but to be 100%, I'd have to check the catalog and make sure.
Okay, thank you. And then, even on Lopez Island, my partner, Troy Olson, holds the name Sahunup. So a lot of the descendants that we've been bringing together, 6 were just recently named Sahunup from Saanich. And Sahunup signifies that L-shaped Laktemish longhouse that is facing each other again, that was built on Lopez Island. It was relocated to Lopez Island and then onto the Lummi Reservation. So just letting you know that we are bringing these historical stories together and the people that are still descendants of this land, and you can read more about it on the links if you'd like. But it was really inspired by this presidential proclamation 8947 that calls out the rich history of the Coast Salish people, and it calls out the reef net. And I really do believe that if it wasn't for the first people of this land, that this proclamation probably would not have been honored. So we really welcome you to learn the true history of this place and to learn how to build relationships and hear the stories from these elder descendants that are willing to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. I don't know if we have any others. Sam, do you have any comments? This is a sidebar, our little sidelight. Sam was honored by the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Coalition for his work with the youth. I'm going to mix it up. Anyway, I think it's the Salish Youth Corps. I might have the wrong name, but anyway, he was honored with 4 other they call it the Forward Thinking Awards, and just like to applaud Sam for all his work with the youth and bringing them back, bringing back their connection. Okay, elected officials or representatives. I noticed Jane had dialed in, but I know she had to step away for a little bit. But Jane, would you like to have any comments?
Sure, thanks, Jamie. I'm just going to put my video on. Yeah, thank you. I do apologize for stepping away, but I texted Jamie on the chat and let him know I did have to attend a board meeting that required a quorum. So, but I'm happy to be rejoining you at this point. I just am grateful to have been able to listen in on some of this meeting. Not all of it, unfortunately, but I know I can listen to the recording. I'm really deeply impressed with the first of all, the work that all of you have done over many years now, and I've learned about it, but not up close. And so I look forward to learning more deeply about what the resource management plan will look like in its implementation. I was informed, county council was informed by both Jamie and then subsequently Tracy was in touch with me about the call for applications that went out recently and encouraged me to apply for the locally elected representative position that would now serve on what will be a reconstituted MAC. So I did submit my application. Was very grateful to receive a letter of recommendation both from Tom Reeve, Tom Cowan, and also Jamie. So I really look forward to filling Jamie's big shoes in that locally elected rep position, should it be accepted when the new MAC is constituted. I'm really optimistic that the group can be reformed as soon as possible. I'm grateful to hear that that's what the BLM is going to work towards. So I have much to learn from all of you, and look forward to that. I just wanted to let you all know, and I realize you may have spoken about this already, is the hunting incident that happened on November 18th. I wanted to inform you that I did have a long conversation with Bree, actually just last Friday before she came to present to council on Tuesday and provide a bit of an update on her work since she started. We had a really very good conversation, Bree. I really appreciated that discussion. I appreciate being introduced to you by you to Steve, and I look forward to having a meeting with the two of you online, hopefully in the coming days. We discussed the hunting incident. I expressed to Bree that I am increasingly being contacted by constituents who want to have a community meeting to talk about it. I have not received any more information than the public has from the sheriff's office about the incident, and many people are concerned that there's not been more information put out to the public about what happened. And so the sheriff has been away for much of the past week. He was due to be back yesterday, I believe. So I'm hoping to have a phone conversation with him perhaps today. But what strikes me is that there really needs to be a multi-agency conversation had between the feds, the state, and our county, where BLM is part of the conversation, where Fish and Wildlife is part of the conversation, and where the county is part of the conversation. The county, including the sheriff's office, but also the prosecuting attorney's office and myself. We really need to have a multi-agency conversation about what can be done to prevent a tragic death like this again. I've in the emails I received from constituents, I'm receiving increasingly concerning anecdotal information about what people have been seeing, what they're worried about, and in the most immediate circumstances, people are afraid to hike. I understand that Fish and Wildlife has been out there. Bree, you had spoken to some signs going up. I'm not quite sure the details of that, and I do apologize for missing the portion of your conversation where you spoke about this. I can circle back with Jamie and also with Bree to hear what you talked about. But I just want to let all of you know that I was really alarmed when I heard this happened, and I would like our county to play its part in engaging in conversation about how we can prevent this from happening again. So, Jamie, that's really what I wanted to say.
Well, thank you, and thanks for attending today. So I don't think we have any other elected officials. If so, raise your hand. But I'm going to move into the public comment. Just as a reminder, down in the reactions, you can raise your hand and I'll try to acknowledge as they come in. So we have one up. Chuck. Need to unmute, Chuck.
Okay. Hello. First, I want to thank all the MAC members for representing me. I really, really appreciate it. The MAC should be continued until the new charter is implemented. It sounds like that's not the case, but it should be. It's also very disturbing to me that the BLM has rewritten a new charter with zero input from the MAC without even asking the MAC's input. That's just appalling. And I think the BLM should know that in every way they can, that the MAC should have been consulted. That's part of the job of the MAC. My last comment is probably the most important other than thanking the MAC members. I think the charter should mention the presidential proclamation. It has significant legal weight, and we seem to need as much legal weight to keep the MAC going as we can get. Over the course of the MAC, it has been attacked numerous times, both by incompetence and intentionally by the Trump administration. And I think having the charter reference the presidential proclamation has legal merit and should be included. And I guess that's all I have to say today. But thanks again, everybody.
Thank you, Chuck. Mary Firm.
Hi, I want to reiterate what Charles just said. I'm really disappointed that the current MAC is being dissolved. I want to thank everybody who's been serving on it for all their time and effort. I know it was a lot of reading to wade through and a lot of meetings to go to. And you are the people who really understand the geography of this particular monument. I know from comments I've received from BLM staff in reply to my comments that they don't understand things like, for example, our pocket beaches are not the same as long sandy beaches that can be shared between seals and people. And they don't understand that the small little areas we have available for hunting are very close to habitations and people who are enjoying their own property. I really hope that the current MAC is not put out of commission until there's a functioning replacement MAC. And I don't really understand why this is needed at all, since the charter was amended 2 years ago to allow for them to proceed with the implementation. It just seems like an unnecessary waste of time on the part of all the MAC members now and future, and on the part of all the BLM staff and administrators to go through this when it's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Krista Campbell.
Hi, my comments were actually beautifully summarized by Jane Fuller, so I'm just going to reiterate them briefly. About the hunting incident, I guess my concern was when I first heard about it and started to hear bits and pieces. I know that the land bank manages hunting differently. It was briefly mentioned today. There is a control to numbers per day or people per day. And someone made the comment, I think today, it might have been Bree, that there are possible options for, or there are options for possible restrictions on BLM property. So I would encourage a multi-agency discussion about that, just because we are such a small space and we become attractive in the late season because we have a late season, that we kind of had some coordination between the agencies on what can happen and what does happen on the property. So we start educating hunters that it's all the same when you come to Lopez. There's a way to do it. You get a permit from the agency, whether it's the land bank or BLM, you carry it with you, you're identifiable, something that makes us available but less attractive to people who are looking for that one last deer, I guess. So, and I think the public would really is waiting to get some discussion going. I don't think we need to know the details about everything that went on with the specific incident, but I think there's been a erosion of safety feeling or feeling of safety with a lot of people who like to enjoy our public lands. And so even just having an opportunity for them to learn more straight from the agencies on what is going on would be helpful to regaining that feeling of safety, I guess. And so that's my main comment. And then I just thought it was an interesting comment that when Bree said that they don't have the capacity to address everything. And I've attended now a couple of these MAC meetings, and I'm starting to wonder about the capacity to address even the priorities once they get set. You just have such a full plate. There's just a lot going on. So to the people who have the power, I would say, I don't think you have enough feet on the ground here to do what needs to get done, especially as we're launching this management plan. I think your staff could use some help. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Peggy Bill. Peggy, if you could unmute yourself, there you go.
Thanks for a chance to speak a little bit. I will be very short. I fully concur with what Jane spoke to a little bit earlier, and then also what Krista just spoke to. One of my concerns has been on the issue of the hunting on BLM lands. And I look forward to a moment where BLM, the land bank, WDFW, and the county can meet together and discuss ways for how we can minimize another tragedy. I also just learned yesterday that WDFW has a program where they work with private landowners to allow hunting on private land. And they have a system set up for tracking the permits, the number of permits, who's out there what day, and all of that. And so I want to find out more about that, because I think that something like that might be helpful, because as we saw out there at Colville, between Colville and Chadwick, where the accident happened, there were probably, from what I heard from the sheriff, probably 20 to 25 hunters who came out of the woods in response to the hunters' call for help. So there were a lot of people on the hill when that happened. And it was an accident waiting to happen. So I'd love to figure out ways that we can kind of minimize that kind of impact and somehow track this a little bit better. I'm supportive of hunting, but I think it has to be controlled given the density of population out here. So thanks, and I really appreciate all the work of all these MAC members and the BLM people too. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Peggy. Ruth. Unmute yourself, Ruth.
Sorry. The program Peggy's referring to is called the Private Lands Access Program. The land bank is enrolled in that program over on San Juan Island. And I'm pretty sure it could be applied to BLM. So I guess the thing to do is the position's vacant right now because Rob Wingard just promoted. But I'll send Bree his contact information and you can chat with him about whether or not BLM would be a fit for that program. But unless things have changed, I think it probably would be. Everybody else can learn more about it by going to DFW's website and go to the hunting page and look for private lands access, and that'll explain a little more about the program.
Thank you, Ruth. I figured you'd have an answer for that. Any other people, any other of the public would like to make a comment? Hey, with all the people, I thought we'd have more comments. Okay, if we don't have any comments, we did say the period would be open until 1:30. I will going to return to Tom, who had said that who had some motions to make. If we get through those and anybody has their hand up or something, then we'll come back to public comment.
And I'm happy for you to interrupt these motions to go to public comment because literally I've got almost 3 pages of them here. My apologies in advance. I'd like to start with a motion to amend our earlier request that we made a request earlier in this meeting that BLM broaden the definition of the tribal representatives on the MAC. And I would like to add to that request a sentence saying that the MAC would like that recommendation transmitted to the Secretary of Interior. For background, the MAC is allowed to make recommendations to BLM through the designated federal officer, in this case, Steve, and to make recommendations or requests to the Secretary. But for recommendation to go to the Secretary, it has to include the language requesting that BLM transmit it to the Secretary. So I'd like to add that language to the earlier recommendation. If that's okay with everyone, I'll move that.
I'll second it. Any discussion or anybody having a problem with including that it goes to the Secretary? Okay, then I will do my vote. Anybody opposed to that? Seeing none and hearing none, motion passes.
Thanks. Next on my list, I would like to move that the MAC recommend that all recommendations and requests passed by the MAC since the finalization of the RMP be communicated to any new MAC at its first meeting, at or before its first meeting, and that BLM address any follow-up or status at that meeting as well. So that's a motion.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
It's been moved and second to forward all the recommendations from Brent Mac made since the RMP was approved to be presented to the new MAC when they're seated.
Is it possible to comment on that too at this time, or not
Yes.
important?
Yes, it's just repeating it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's been my one concern about reading the new proposed who the new members would represent, that we have some continuity. There is a large learning curve to being on the MAC, and that would be a step in the right direction. Hopefully that some of us would be on the new MAC because of all these years. I know I've been on the MAC 5 years, and finally understanding things, it does take time. So to that point, Tom, I highly approve your motion.
So any other comments? Again, not all those in favor say aye, but anyone opposed to this? Seeing none and hearing none, the motion is approved.
So my next set are a series of, in essence, requests for updates to the MAC or requests for actions by BLM locally, many of which we've said before, but are still awaiting follow through on. And I would encourage everybody on the call, all the MAC members, to think about anything that they would like to make sure the BLM addresses, either with, in our hopes, a continuation of this MAC, or with the new MAC, or any public actions that we've in the past requested of BLM that you'd like to make sure happen and don't fall between the cracks. So my first one would be that the MAC recommends, and we would like this recommendation transmitted to the secretary, that the BLM conduct public meetings with our local communities to brief them on the RMP, to answer questions that the community has about the RMP and the monument management, and to engage in a discussion with the community about its priorities, both in terms of the order in which and the focus we put on implementation level decisions, and any specific implementation level decisions such as trail planning. That's my motion. And I actually, quick modification, my own, before it's seconded. And that is where I said local communities, I should say general public. I think that was a very good input earlier.
It sounded like we had a second, but I'm not sure. Do I have a second?
Tom, could you repeat that one for me? I
was afraid someone was going to ask that.
Yeah.
And before I do, I'm going to ask very specifically, who is taking notes here? Who should I be looking to make sure that what I say is transcribed so it can be transmitted to the secretary?
Tom, send it over to me. I'm going to go ahead and take all those down.
No, a lot of these are not written down. They are in my head, or I'm reading 3 bullets on a piece of paper. So the language we approve is going to have to be off of the video or off of the.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking the closed captions from our wonderful Tracy after this is over, and then I'll be transcribing directly from what you've said.
Okay, thank you, Travis. So the MAC, repeating or attempting to paraphrase myself, the MAC recommends and would like to forward to the secretary the recommendation that the Bureau of Land Management conduct public meetings with the general public to present an overview of the recreation management plan, to answer questions about the recreation management plan, to discuss implementation priorities, and to discuss any specific implementation details relevant at that time, such as trail plans.
Thank you,
Yep.
Tom.
Thanks.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Amy.
Did you have any comment on that, Amy?
No.
Anybody have a comment? Question?
Do we want to put frequency in there or any sort of timing, Tom?
Open, we could recommend them work with the MAC to design those forums, but since I'd like those forums to happen before we necessarily will have a new MAC, I'd rather not put that in for fear that it might slow things down.
Okay, is anyone opposed to Tom's motion to hold the public meetings on the RMP and implementation priorities? Seeing none and hearing none, the motion carries.
Okay, next. The MAC requests that BLM provide status and plans to the MAC with regard to the closures of certain sites and activities as outlined in the recreation management, the resource management plan. This includes the closures of certain rocks and reefs to public access, closures of the monument to dispersed camping, target shooting, prohibitions around the launching and landing of drones and other items in the RMP that do not require a recreation area management plan to go ahead and implement.
I'll second that.
Does anyone have any questions as to what I meant?
Yeah, Tom, could you just say that more, just add more to that for me?
Okay, as we've said in past MAC meetings, the RMP says that there shall be no public access to certain sites. Those would be the sites that aren't in a recreation management area in the monument. My understanding from our previous conversations was that requires action on BLM's part in order to be enforceable. Likewise, we have closures for dispersed camping, closures for target shooting, and closures for drone use. And I'm sure I'm missing a bunch that are appropriate to specific RMAs. We need to know what's going on there because the RMP is about 10 months old now. And some of these items have been known much longer than that. But to my knowledge, there still is no enforceable closure on those rocks and reefs or enforceable closure on dispersed camping. Or I don't know what the status of the ACECs are. Those were, I guess, completely disbanded by the RMP's existence. But does that mean that I can now go camping at Iceberg without any enforceable rules? It's that sort of stuff. There's a lot of blocking and tackling that we were told needed to happen. And I have seen no indication that there's action toward that. And I would like the MAC to be briefed.
Yeah, I think I could do that right now if you'd like, real quick.
I'd still like the motion in there because I'm not going to be able to go through the RMP while we're sitting here and have a whole bunch of all my questions answered.
Okay, well, we can also do that at any time. Look, I want to encourage you all to just think carefully. I'm not trying to dissuade you from this, but just realize that this is all going to be a workload. and again, I want you to think about what your purpose here is and how we need you to help us. And I think that some of this is very helpful, but I just do want to put it out there that, you know, like, I'm looking at, you know, I think we're all looking at quite a considerable amount of time to respond to things that I, you know, like I can tell you very easily why I'm not prioritizing implementation, but I mean, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Is just please think and debate your recommendations to us, and think about it in terms of like what is going to be useful towards implementation. So I think if you are all agreed that this will be helpful, then I'm all for it. But I'm not hearing a lot of questions or conversation about these recommendations that you're making, and I guess that concerns me a little.
So before I let Jamie open to the floor for conversation, I'd like to express a couple of things. One is I recognize that there are too many things for you to get done immediately. And I'd like to know what you're going to work on and what you're not. And I'd like Steve to know how much stuff you're not able to do just because of resource constraints. Because you knowing that you're resource constrained is one thing. The MAC telling Steve, we want stuff to happen that can't happen because of resource restraints is, I think, more powerful for the benefit of the monument. Our mission is to advise BLM, but a submission, that's not right, whatever, is we care about these lands and we want these lands to be protected. That's why we went through the RMP process. That's why we joined the MAC. And part of getting those lands protected is doing things like making sure that there is a camp enclosure at Iceberg and that people cannot go on seal marine mammal haul outs. And yes, we can say the RMP doesn't allow it, but it's not enforceable to my understanding. And so therefore, asking for this kind of action, I think, is completely within the MAC's scope and responsibilities and our responsibility to the landscape.
Are there any other comments on the motion to receive the status and plans on the closures that are mentioned in the RMP?
Is that really all we're asking for there, Tom? I guess I am concerned about adding to Bree's workload things that are really not manageable. So is that what you're asking for in this motion, is to just for the MAC to be advised on what is actually happening with implementation, specifically in regard to these closures?
Yes, that's what I'm asking for, Amy. I'm not asking that they be resolved in any specific time frame, but at least personally, I know they need to be done. And I know that there are risks to not doing them, and just getting an update as to what the list looks like. And what are we working on? What are we not? What are we choosing not to work on? And are there timeframes or other dependencies that we should be aware of, such as, oh, we now have a NEPA administrator coming on board and the following 5 items are waiting till that person starts in January. That would just be good to know, because otherwise I have no insight. And as a MAC member, I think we should all feel like we're insiders rather than outsiders to some of these processes.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Amy. Really appreciate
it. Cindy.
Just as far as the closures of the rock, and this is just a follow-up comment, would that even require Bree's effort? I mean, is that something that could just be added to the website? I have seen some comments on some of the forums that of kayaking forums where people are saying that they know that it's in the RMP, but it's not on any of the websites yet.
I don't know what it requires for enforcement. At the very least, it could be on the website. That may or may not impact enforceability, but it's another step that could be taken along these lines. So yeah, that would be part of a status update or a plan update on this, I would think.
Yeah.
Tracy.
Yes, and even our co-managed camping islands, I believe Blind Island and Posey in the RMP, or at least in the draft RMP, stated that you could not land on those islands without being human-powered vessel. So even to have our partner agencies that manage those areas know what is being enforced would be helpful, and helpful for our volunteers, our monitors, and also our docents, etc. So that information getting out there through MAC members, even if we're no longer on the MAC, will be important.
And I tried not to be exhaustive in my disclosures.
Okay, any other comments on this motion? Is anyone opposed to the motion? Okay, seeing no hands and hearing none, the motion passes.
Let me start the next couple with discussion or question, because I'm not sure that a motion is the right next step. One is communication between BLM and the public. In the past, the BLM has managed an email list for people who are interested in the monument and sent updates such as announcements of MAC meetings to that list. I have not seen any action on that list in a long time. And does that list still exist? And is it being utilized? Am I just not on it? And should we, if it doesn't exist, recommend the request to the BLM resurrect it? Because that was another way of reaching out to the broader public.
I think this is something that me and Travis and Steve would probably discuss. I know that there's a list out there. It was generated as an interest list for the RMP, and so it's kind of out of date. There is still somewhat of a list that exists, but I'm thinking we wanted to continue to use that if we can. And so probably Steve and I and Travis will need to and Owen as our resident expert we'll need to figure that out. And Owen and I have been talking about it, how to create a more seamless communication system and to get our message out and to rebrand ourselves. And yeah, it's those are big questions, but definitely something that we've been chatting about recently, and it's probably time for Owen and I to bring Stephen and Travis in for this specific issue, as well as just our overall strategy. And it's something that Travis and I have discussed too, is getting to work on our outreach plans, and this would be part of that. And so yeah.
So Bree, to Tom, I'm not sure this needs a motion, but it does seem like even starting with that out-of-date list, it's still people that have interest, and perhaps something could go on the website. If you're interested, you could, for ongoing communication, provide us your email or contact address. I mean, I think all the people on this call or on this meeting that represent nonprofits have some sort of methodology of making that easy for people to get on the list. And I know that I'm just going to pick one name here. Amy Frost with the Historical Museum might even be able to help you out, because they do a great job of getting information out to the people who are interested in what they're doing and their programming. Didn't mean to volunteer you, Amy.
No, that's okay.
Thanks, Amy.
Certainly happy to do that.
Yeah, you know, sometimes that's often a best way for us is to work with our partners for help with those things, because they tend to be a bit more nimble in their communications than we can be. You mentioned the website. Yeah, we do need to update that. Owen and I are fully aware of that. It drives us nuts. And I have gotten some ability to, I had to go through all this training and sign up for all these programs, and they didn't quite work right. But we have a website authoring system that we are given some local control on to put updates out, and mine's not working. And so I actually have a meeting on Monday to get together with our subject matter expert who manages that system and get that all fixed. So hopefully you'll be starting to see a little bit more updated information, you know, general happenings and that kind of stuff that Travis and I and Owen will work hard to get out in a timely manner and make sure our website is all up to date. So that is on the agenda. One of the first things that we're planning on tackling is that, and just other outreach things too. Yeah, and you know, updating maps, making sure our closers are listed, that kind of thing. That's part of that, you know, communication strategy that Owen and I have discussed too.
And Amy Nestler is another volunteer to help you out with that. Put it in the chat. So I'm getting back to my volunteer coordination, and I've got 2 already today.
I'll try and be careful not to raise my hand. The next topic. Oh, Tracy's got her hand up. Sorry.
You need to unmute, Tracy.
I just have a technical thing before we adjourn between Travis Steve and I, and before we adjourn this MAC meeting. So I just I'll take about a minute at the end.
Thank you. Tom, next one.
There are a number of topics that have come up regularly in recent MAC meetings that I'm wondering how the best way of handling them are. And they basically amount to a list of updates from Bree that are more status updates than action updates. There's a limited amount that we cover on the agenda, and it could be that we need just more time for Bree on the agenda to give a more exhaustive list of what's going on. We've talked in recent meetings about MOUs and renewal and establishment of MOUs, and we didn't get a chance to really talk about that today. There were a number of topics that came up when I listened to Bree briefing the county council this week that were surprises to me. And I would love to have an update like that to the MAC on a regular basis, so that we knew, oh, we now have a contract out to document all the invasive weeds in the monument. That's just good for the MAC to know. We don't have to know the details of it, but knowing that it's there. We've got a lot of money that we're planning on putting into lighthouse restoration and preservation over the next year. That's really good for the MAC to know. And we don't have a way of ensuring that the MAC is updated. And you know, if we're going to be effective, we have to be informed. So I'm looking around the room and saying, should we make a specific recommendation? And if so, what would it be about to BLM about how informed the MAC needs to be about things like MOUs, actions on the monument, current contracts being let out, upcoming restoration projects, et cetera, because we are sometimes going to be the ones who get someone knocking on our door or ringing our email saying, hey, I just saw someone out there doing something on this particular site. What's going on? And we should be able to deflect a lot of those sorts of interruptions from staff if we're informed. And of course, I do hark back to the most destructive one of those, which was during a former federal government closure when an excavator machine showed up on the beach at Watmau Bay, and there was no one who knew why it was there. And if the MAC knew about that, we could have diffused it a little more quickly with the public than waiting till after the closure ended and then having the staff have to do damage control. Because frankly, amongst all the people in this room, there are a lot of people who are going to get questions like that. And I don't like being surprised listening to county council briefings about stuff that I thought, why didn't the MAC know that?
So, I'm not sure that's a motion recommendation, especially since we're not going to be a MAC since there won't be one for quite a while. But in going back to the previous topic, is there a way, Bree, that can work into yours and Owen's or Travis's schedule to update us on, we're not acting as a MAC, but we're obviously all concerned that we could be updated. I'd be interested in your opinions on that.
Yeah. Tom, thanks for bringing that up. I think, that is something that I think I had brought up quite a while ago and made a promise to all of you to start front loading you all with more info before the MAC and putting out a general management update, similar to like what a director for a board might do, prior to a board meeting to get y'all kind of up to speed. And certainly it's a big part of our workload with the MAP to make sure that you're front loaded with the information that you need in order to provide those actionable recommendations to us. And I did let that fall through the cracks, and I did think about it for this meeting, but because this is the last meeting, and I had actually spent quite a bit of time, working with Carrie and Steve and Travis and others to make sure we pushed the reauthorization as quickly as possible. And definitely under the new MAC, we're going to make sure that happens. I think we'll update that manual, Tom, that you sent out. I think that's a great resource, and making sure that's up to date, including the specific implementation priorities that we have that we will identify for discussion and comment, and as well as making sure you have that implementation information that you need to make decisions. But I think, really for you all to really function, like, we're probably going to we're going to have to talk to each other a lot, you, me, and Owen, on an individual level to go through all this, because it's just a lot of info. And I definitely don't want to spend all the meeting giving an update. And I don't want you all to feel like it's your responsibility or purpose to get information out to the public. It's quite the opposite. We want you to tell us what the public is feeling and wants, and I think you're doing that really well. And we certainly are encourage you to have folks reach out to Travis and me and Owen and Steve if they come with questions, and help them engage with us. I think this is definitely something, Tom, that we can improve on. We need to do better with, for sure. Thankfully with Owen here, I think that's going to be much easier for us moving forward, because he's really great at that.
Yeah, and we'd love to support you in any of that. We want BLM to support you in all of that. And if there are things that we can do to help to make sure that, we review that draft before it goes out to the full map or whatever it is, we're here, we're volunteering our time. And, as you've heard, they're passionate people here who would like to make sure this is working as well as possible. And I think you heard earlier that, we're all opinionated, but there's a big public out there that's even more opinionated. And don't use us as a substitution for the public. Use us as a strategy group for how to reach out to the public and what are the issues that need to be addressed with the public, so that we are not in between in any direction between you and the public, but we can help you see stuff coming, and that you can help, or we can help you when you've got a request that says, hey, this is coming and I'm afraid it's going to go haywire. Can you guys help me figure out how to bring this to the public in a way that doesn't get off the rails? All of those are roles that we can play on request.
Thanks, Tom.
I do have a couple items while Carrie's back on the line. And again, thank you, Carrie, for participating in this. One is just a reiteration that I think, given that in 2014, the Secretary of Interior chartered the MAC through its first implementation phase of the RMP, clearly some solicitor at BLM or in Interior back then thought that we could go past the publication of the RMP. And it's really disappointing to hear that we can't get our existing charter extended through that first phase of the RMP, since the duration was set to include the implementation phase, and the charter since then has just been continuing. It seems like having in essence, interim charter that is a republication of our existing charter until the new MAC with its new authority and new charter can be put in place would be helpful for continuity. And again, our goal is continuity. It's not like we're saying the new MAC would be a bad idea. We're just saying that we don't want there to be a gap. And as we talked before, it'll be late 2024 before a new MAC can come on, and heaven forbid there's an administrative transition and things get screwed up from there. So that's just a comment, but a question, Carrie. You mentioned earlier, if I recall correctly, that BLM requires all charters to include a quorum requirement. I can't find that in our current charter, and I didn't see the proposed charter long enough to catch whether it's in there or not. I would love for the new quorum requirement to be a majority of appointed MAC members rather than chartered MAC members, if that's possible, because that definitely screwed us up in the past, where we just didn't have enough appointments to have a meeting because we were counting the quorum based on 12 rather than the number who were actually appointed at the time.
I think that it's safe. Right now, it just says the majority of members. And so in order to be a member, you have to, you're appointed. So my interpretation is the majority of appointed members, even though it doesn't say appointed. If you're not appointed, you're not a member. Does that make sense?
That's helpful. I would just hate for some solicitor to come back to you and say, nope, not true.
Well, the solicitors have seen this enough, because please know this was not a BLM decision. This was a Department of the Interior Solicitor's Office decision. And they have already, this is not just something that we did that we're doing for the MAC's new charter across the board for all the other advisory committees. We have not had these quorum requirements in there before, and we're required to by our regulations. So that's why that was an across the board inclusion, but we don't want, like I said, I'm always worried about us being overly restrictive. And so by saying the majority of members, that would be the majority of appointed members. It's not the number of seats. It's the number of members.
I love that interpretation. Here's to making sure that everyone agrees.
Yeah, so fingers crossed.
Tracy, do you have a question or comment?
Just more of closing comments before I get to a technicality question is for anyone that hasn't been on the MAC for the last 2.5 years. I really thought back during this challenging week and seeing the, just feeling what it felt like to say our MAC is finished. 2.5 years ago, we were pushed by the district manager to disband the MAC 2.5 years ago and possibly form a friends group. So I'm really reminded that we are still a MAC. We still have this new MAC. We still have authority to make recommendations. So I'm very thankful that 2.5 years later, we still have a MAC. So in closing, just Jamie, you've been fantastic to work with as a chair. I hope that everyone here on the MAC really does consider that their role has been of value. It's that knowledge piece carrying forward I see as being extremely important. And we'll get through this. Bree, you've been very positive through this challenging time. I've really appreciated that. So thank you. And let's keep those informal hikes where we combined Trails Group, Kiwat, public citizens, monitors, MAC members, just everyone really engaged with public lands, and invite us over to San Juan. We'll come with you over there. And to throw in my technical question, is today our last official, are we off the MAC as of today or by December 31st? Question.
Carrie, you're muted.
Unfortunately, it's today.
So we have learned when we lost our public affairs officer, Jeff Clark, who was our official minute taker and posting our minutes, we were not able to approve minutes for 3 of our meetings until today. What happens with these meeting minutes for this meeting? Who will approve them? And Travis got into the weeds with, we couldn't put in for a federal register for new meetings without those minutes being approved. Is that correct, Travis? So what do we do with today's minutes that will be generated by
Technically, Tracy, according to the rules, and Carrie will correct me, Travis would do the minutes and they are approved by the chair. And then they are posted. Although we approve minutes today, the technical flow in the FACA is that they are prepared by the BLM and approved by the chair.
Within 90 days of the meeting.
Thank you. The big correction there.
So Jamie still can approve these minutes within 90 days.
This is a very, very special circumstance. And yes, Jamie is, Jamie should approve the final minutes within 90 days of today's meeting so that they can be posted online.
Great. Thank you. Tom, do you have anything else? Okay, does anybody else have anything else? Well, I'd like to thank everybody who participated today and everybody who Zoomed in. And I have appreciated my time on the MAC and as chair to try to do the best we can. I will still be in touch with Bree, as will a lot of us, and probably Owen, as well as the rest of the BLM and Travis as we need to. Any final comments? It looks like Steve would have his final comment.
Yes, thanks, Jamie. Just want to take a moment to thank again you all for your support and efforts to get us to this point. This really is an evolution of the process, moving on to a new MAC focused on implementation. It's not how we wanted to go about it, not the path we would have chosen, but we're here. I encourage you all to continue to engage, and if you're willing, submit your applications. I also want to take a moment and thank Bree and Owen, Travis and Rich and Carrie for participating in the call today. The team, I have a great team, and I'm really excited to be here. I hope that we can continue to work together. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. Myself will be happy to do the best we can to answer your questions. You hopefully heard from us and Carrie how important getting this new MAC established as quickly as possible is. We're pushing hard. There are things we can't control. We all know that. But if you have any questions, need updates, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. It's been a pleasure. It's been a whirlwind, tough introduction to this group. I've got to say, not the way I would have chosen it, but I do look forward to the opportunity to get out to the islands, meet you all on your gorgeous location out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Aaron, do you have a final comment?
Yeah, well, I just really want to say thank you to the MAC and to the BLM and National Monument folks, just because it has been almost 10 years since its inception, and it's been quite a process. And I always invite the BLM National Monument folks to come and do Sister Sentinel table at our holiday event, which actually is coming up on the 17th. So I'm inviting everybody to that because Bree and hopefully Owen will be there, and kind of a fun partnering opportunity between the lighthouses. And so kind of thinking outside the box of how we can continue those conversations with or without the MAC, knowing what we do know and feeling the way we feel and how we're connected to this community through each other and in so many other ways. So I just appreciate this as an opportunity and a platform. And I really believe that, you know, whatever future MAC happens, we're going to still be doing amazing things and be a resource and therefore a conduit for the community. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Aaron. And a special thank you to Carrie for participating, and especially with your busy schedule that you participated.
Thank you. I have to tell you, I got an email late last night that somebody had gotten sick and they asked me to attend the meeting, and I cleared my calendar as quickly as I could just so I could be here with you all. So.
Great. Well, thank you. And it's good to have an authoritative voice with all our new people.
Thank you.
Well, with that, thanks to all. Enjoy the rest of your rainy day, except for those who perhaps are not in the islands right now. And thank you very much. Thank all of you for your service.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie.
Later.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Tracy, you're staying on for a couple minutes. You're muted, Tracy.
Rich, I've been able to save the closed caption. I have on the chat button that I can save it. I believe it will save that. And then the recording, I'm going to stop it right now.
Great.
Did it stop?